Just a sound check to the people on Zoom. Welcome. We're just admitting more people, and we're going to start the session soon. Some people are still arriving, so we'll be with you in a few seconds' time. Thank you very much. Ladies and gents, let's take our seats. Let's take up your seats, please. A lot of people are still arriving, but we would like to give our sponsors and so on recognition in the meantime. All righty. Good morning to everybody. My name is Harry. Good morning, Alistair. For more than 16 years, we've been doing this, and Alistair has been one of the keen supporters. Thank you, Alistair. And it's a privilege standing here. We've been looking forward for quite some time to this event, and as you know, we've got tomorrow in the same venue another event with the City of eThekwini. But today we're talking driving the narrative for efficient port logistics, and we're proudly being hosted today by the Durban Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Port Forum. Thank you very much, Willie Coetzee, for all your support and mentorship, I must say, all these years. And then also Standard Bank, our host today. We want to quickly give recognition to all our sponsors and affiliates and alliances to the Transport Forum. We built up over 16 years. Excuse me. Obviously, there are many, but these I'm going to show you now are in formal relationship with the Transport Forum. I would like to give some recognition there. So this is the first portion of our program. I'm not going to read through all the names. Obviously, we can all read. but we can see we've got an excellent panel of presenters, and there's the second half of our program. It's not mentioned on a program here, but at the end we're going to have a lucky draw. There's a lucky draw. You can be the lucky winner of that coffee grinder machine. So that's going to be a lucky draw. That's also one of the carrots besides our good presenters to stay to the end. And then a very nice lunch at the end, also sponsored by Standard Bank. All right, so we proudly associated formally with a lot of professional bodies in the industry. We're quickly going to have a look at them. There is South African Association of Freight Forwarders, and Dr. Unita Maria is also one of our presenters. So let's have a look at them. You know, they got core values: member-centric service, acting with integrity in the best interest of the industry, lead with courage in a disruptive environment, enable and encourage change. Thank you, SAF, for your great support representing the freight forwarders in Southern Africa. We've got South African Express Parcel Association, you know, representing the body of the voice of the express delivery industry in South Africa. We've got the Road Freight Association. They say without trucks, South Africa stops. Thank you very much for your sponsorship and support. And we've got ARIA, African Rail Industry Association. They are doing huge work on third-party access, collaborating also with the private sector, playing a role in bringing private sector and public sector together. So thank you, ARIA, for your support. South African Bus Operators Association. So representing the bus and coach industry of South Africa. You can see they started quite small, today powerful organization. We've also proudly aligned with media partners, Freight News, Railways Africa, and Engineering News. Freight News by FTW. There we go. News and features for import and export decision makers, all about our logistics industry. And obviously, you need to subscribe to these magazines, otherwise you're missing out big time. And yeah, so Freight News also been part of Transform since inception, more than 16 years ago. So we're very proud and being associated with them. We've got the Railways Africa magazine, Philippa Dean and her team. It's African Continent Specialist Trade Technical Business to Business online publication covering all aspects of the rail sector, all about rail infrastructure. And then we've got Crema Media, Engineering News, premier source of real economy news, daily coverage of Africa's transport and automotive sectors, accurate and timely news reportage. And they always share with us a weekly wrap. We still have last week's wrap. So let's have a look at the video they shared with us.
Hello and welcome to this week's edition of the Engineering News and Mining Weekly magazine, published on Friday, 18 August 2023. In this week's cover article, Engineering News and Mining Weekly contributing editor online Tasneem Bulbulia unpacks South Africa's consideration of the design for a sustainable automotive industry. South Africa's automotive manufacturing sector is widely regarded as a success story. However, it must now bolster local demand and adapt its policies and initiatives amid a weak domestic growth outlook and the global, albeit uneven, shift towards new energy vehicles. The Engineering News features focus on the Southern African Institute of Steel Construction, where the local steel industry is in prime springboard position, and materials handling and logistics, where an annual materials handling conference was well represented. The Mining Weekly features focus on Australian mining, where an explorer diversifies with a Guinea iron project, and new mining technologies, where automating mines improves safety. This week's business leader is William Jogan, the president of the South African Institute of Mining and Metallurgy and a partner at SRK Consulting. And as this week's cartoon shows, while some Eskom power stations are operating more stably and various private generation projects are offering some relief, load shedding continues to weigh down the real economy. We hope you enjoy this week's edition of Crema Media's Engineering News and Mining Weekly. Be sure to subscribe to the magazine that offers you in-depth news about developments in the real economy by emailing subscriptions@engineeringnews.co.za. Happy reading and see you next time.
Thank you, Engineering News. Standard Bank, our host today. You'll be introduced to Standard Bank properly just now. But you can see they're also one of the gold sponsors of the Transport Forum. We're very proud being associated with this great brand. Thank you very much, Standard Bank, also for hosting today, well, co-hosting today and tomorrow hosting the eThekwini program. Right, C-Track is a platinum sponsor of the Transport Forum. You can see they are a leading global service, software as a service, and a big data company for vehicle tracking, fleet management, and insurance telematics solutions. Let's have a look at the great video they shared with us of one of the great.
Changed in the 4 decades that we've been keeping vehicles and business equipment safe and always visible.
And we've learned a thing or two along the way. That's why our focus is firmly on the future. A future that goes beyond just tracking and reporting, challenging the status quo, and exploring what the power of technology combined with AI can unlock for your business. Because talking did not earn us the reputation of being the leader in fleet telematics solutions. Pushing boundaries with constant innovation did, and putting our customers first by asking, what if, what's next, and what's possible? For the power of foresight over hindsight to plan ahead and make smarter decisions. What if you could predict the optimal route to increase on-time deliveries and significantly reduce long-term maintenance? What if you could predict the best tractor speed on the day to reduce wasted spray and cover more ground with precision? Or if something as trivial as a few centimeters could predict the difference between maximum efficiency or maximum risk? Because in our world, and likely in yours too, having insights that can be used as foresight with a crystal clear view of the future is the only thing that matters to remain ahead for better control, better efficiencies, and better overall performance. It's the telematics and AI solution that goes beyond tracking and reporting. Step into the future with Crystal by C-Track and experience the power to predict.
Crystal, such a great product. Very proud of C-Track doing this. Thank you very much, C-Track. Right, we've got Bidday Cargo. Bidday Cargo fulfills the needs of the express cargo industry for daytime and overnight cargo capacity across comprehensive Southern Africa, East Africa footprint. Also a gold sponsor, and they've also got some more news for us.
In the world of express freight, there's one name that stands above the rest: Bidday Cargo. Our airport-to-airport line haul service is the backbone of South Africa's express freight industry. At Bidday Cargo, we don't just deliver cargo. We go the extra mile to ensure a seamless and efficient experience in South Africa. With our unwavering commitment to excellence and improved technology, we handle your cargo with utmost care and deliver it on time, every time. Our dedication to service excellence is what sets us apart. We live by our core values of service excellence, mutual respect, integrity, and accountability. When you choose Bidday Cargo, you're choosing a partner that takes pride in going above and beyond for your freight needs. From pharmaceuticals to perishable goods, automotive parts to live animal transportation, we handle a diverse range of commodities. Our attention to detail and precision ensure that your cargo arrives in perfect condition, no matter what it is. Our dedicated teams work tirelessly to guarantee the safety and efficient transport of your cargo. We leave no stone unturned to ensure your freight arrives at its destination intact and on time. With our advanced track and trace system, you can monitor your shipments in real time. Stay informed about the whereabouts of your cargo with just a few clicks. Our goal is to provide you with peace of mind and complete transparency throughout the entire journey. We understand that time is of the essence for our valued customers. That's why we offer a user-friendly online portal that simplifies the documentation process. Obtain quotations and create e-waybills with ease, saving you valuable time and effort. Whether you have a small package or a large shipment, Bidday Cargo handles it all with equal care and precision. Our ISO certification is a testament to our commitment to quality and professionalism. We don't just excel in domestic express freight, we also cater to your international cargo needs. No matter the size of your business, whether you're a small enterprise or a multinational corporation, you can trust us to handle your cargo with the same level of dedication and attention to detail. Connect with us today and discover the difference our innovative technology, seamless tracking, and customer-orientated approach will make to your operation. Bid Air Cargo. Same-day express every day, overnight express every night.
Very, very impressive. Thank you very much, Bid Air Cargo. University of Johannesburg, also part of the Transport Forum since inception. Prof. Jackie Walters, Prof. Nolene Pisa and them, also mentoring a lot to myself. They've got the Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management, also the Institute for Transport and Logistics Studies, and being, intensively involved in the Transport Forum. So we want to thank them also for their gold sponsorship. What happened there? We've got Global Trade Solution, also a gold sponsor, all about imports and exports. You can see they focus on consulting and strategy, software solutions, and specialized services. And they say they've got innovative solutions transforming the global supply chain. So all about imports and exports. Thank you, GTS, for your support. Why is this thing jumping? Pegasus, changing lives, changing worlds. They're a multidisciplinary strategic management consulting group. They focus on cities, climate, energy, resilience, transport, waste, and water. Consulting engineers of note. Thank you very much, Pegasus, for your support. Then we've got Unitron Supply Chain Solutions, innovation expertise delivered. Say they're a leading provider of integrated transportation, warehousing, and supply chain-based services to customers with a variety of needs, offering bespoke value propositions in each segment. Thank you, Unitrans, for your gold sponsorship. JC Auditors, certification, compliance, and one solution. They are SANIS accredited certification body providing internationally recognized certifications and also obviously involved in a road transport management system. Thank you very much, JC Auditors. Professional risk and asset management. See, the services are warehouse process analysts and risk management, stock in transit risk management, warehouse and transport surveillance and security solutions, logistic risk analysis, consulting, stock loss investigations, and logistics data mining. They're also one of the panelists tomorrow at the event. They're going to present here. So thank you very much for your kind support. EasyClear, software solutions for customs clearing, freight forwarding, and logistics providers, covering air, sea, road, and rail. So they're leading software providers, also for the customs and the clearing industry. Thank you very much, EasyClear. Ticket Pro Travel, very interesting solution. It's an online booking tool for all your corporate online booking needs. You can see they say no contracts, no hidden fees, just good business with straightforward, fair pricing. Great. Thank you very much, Ticket Pro Travel. From the same group, we've got Ticket Pro Smart Tab. So this solution includes key features like comprehensive route management, flexible passenger payment methods, flexible route and fare product setup, shift and dispatch management, cashier system inspection tools, and comprehensive management information system reports. Thank you, Ticket Pro Smart Tab. Zutari, consulting in years of note, ladies and gents. They say impact engineered. Also been a gold sponsor with the Transport Forum for many years, previously known as Oricon. Thank you, Zutari. Kuba, they're transforming ticketing. It's part of the ICM Mobility Group. You can see they do journey planning, smart ticketing, streamlining electronic payment, shaping the digital transformation of the mobility sector. Thank you, Kuba, for your support. Just want to draw your attention to an important event. This is a paid advert. So Smart Mobility Africa, they've got the summit the 1st to the 3rd of October at the Gallagher Estate in Pretoria. Inspiring transformation to integrated smarter mobility. So on the Transport Forum's website, you'll find the links to all these organizations and events. So click on this and you can make sure you get registered for this great event. The same scenario here with the Road Freight SME Summit running 20 to 21st of October at the Maslow Hotel in Sandton. So make sure you get yourself booked for this great important event. All right, so let's give a big hand for all our sponsors and alliances. Really appreciate your support for making the Transport Forum possible, because as you might have noted, that all attendance is for free and all content on our web is for free. So somebody must pay for this, and these people are making it possible. Thank you very much. I want to call on Olga Mashilo. Olga, are you here? There she is. Olga going to tell you more about the business directory, one of our BEE initiatives. We've outsourced the business directory of the Transport Forum to Olga's company. She's doing the administration. She's going to tell you more about that.
Morning, everybody. I'm Olga Mashilo from Bolengbontla Consultant. I'm the administrator for the Transport Forum Business Directory. With the Transport Forum Business Directory, what we do, you list your business on the business directory for 450 per annum, and you are able to get connections, or you're able to get leads from the business directory. Basically, what happens on the business directory, it's not only about the transport sector, but all the fields of business, where you will also have your hospitality, you'll have your warehousing, you'll have your construction and engineers, your media, your education and training. So it is a good platform for you to be able to list your business for 450 per annum. Thank you.
Great stuff. Thank you, Olga, for doing a great job with the business directory. We're getting very good feedback, and you can go and look on the website of Transport Forum Business Directory, and you can see in those categories the hits those companies are getting. It's quite good. But it's also nice about this, you know, is that small companies who haven't got a website or so, they actually have now a web page, you know, the Transport Forum, because we click on these listings, it opens up a web page for that company. Actually, that's what's happening. So it's nice exposure and empowering people. All right, so the presentation you see being presented at the Transport Forum, they uploaded to the server. There it is, transportseek.com. You know, they are, if you think about it, we've been running for more than 16 years. So all the presentations are here on this website, or the majority of them. So there are more than 900 presentations you can download for free. It's one of the most powerful knowledge bases, I think, in this industry. And it's very simple. There's a deal. We need your email address to give you access to the directory. So that's the deal. Okay, is it a barter? I don't know if it's a barter, but it's a deal. So you allow us in your mailbox for my emails, regular emails to you guys, but you get access to all the events and all the presentations complimentary. And how does it work? So if you go to the Transport Forum's website, you'll see to the left of the screen, there's a user login. You log in. If you haven't got an account of the Transport Forum yet, you click on sign up and you create your own little username and password, and then you can access the website. So once you've logged in, then you go to events and you go to downloads. And then once you're in downloads, you'll open up a little search engine. Simple search engine with two fields. The top field, find by title description. So you type in there a person's name or a topic like logistics or buses or whatever, and you hit search. And it will go through 900 presentations and bring up everything that's related to what you put in there. Very powerful. Or you can go to category and you select the day's date, and it will give you that day's presentations. All right. Jan, just cue that call there. All right. Thank you, Jan. It's too much integration with technology here. Guys, you know what's happening here. We're doing live here, but we're also running on YouTube and on Zoom, and in both directions. And well, in other words, people can talking from Zoom into this room, and the screen you're seeing there is actually a Zoom screen. So it's very much integrated, right? So we're having lots of fun here again. Good. So you're welcome to download those presentations. But the important thing now is that let's get to our program for today. And you can see we're talking still about driving the narrative for efficient port logistics. We're proudly being hosted by the Durban Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Port Forum, and Standard Bank. And yeah, I want to give Willie Coetzee, the chairman, the opportunity to do a formal welcome. Thank you very much, Willie.
Thank you, Harry. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, once upon a time. They say if you want to make a good speech, you need to start with a story. Once upon a time. We had electricity. We had a well-functioning port. We had, I don't know, you can carry on around that. I think we had Minister Ibrahim Patel in Durban on Monday, and he shared a couple of good stories with us. So it was a very good presentation, very well received presentation. Just going back to the port forum, we had a port forum that's been running for years, and we've always had the monthly meetings, and we ran through statistics and analyzed everything to death. And then everybody said, like, we had a good meeting, but very few things happen as a result, because you analyze and you look at what's happening. So we had a rethink. We said, okay, how do we make the port forum more effective? What is it that we can do differently? Because of the successes, everybody else started doing the same thing. You've got a Durban decongestion task team, you've got a port consultative committee, you've got all of these bodies, and TNPA has got morning meetings that everybody can dial into, so you can get your information firsthand of what is the current state of affairs. How's my driving type of stuff. So we said, what can we do differently? How can we approach the role of the Durban Chamber in terms of the Port of Durban differently? And what you see today is basically what we've been doing for the last couple of months. We get knowledgeable speakers, guys that's done the research, guys that's delved deeply into the problems, and coming to share. And we invited these guys to come and share their knowledge and understanding with all of you. And then we can have healthy debate around what is it that that you got from the presentations. So currently we've got, and I'm not going to go through each and every one, but we've got the National Logistics Crisis Committee, where Dr. Janita Maria is playing a huge role in terms of the container corridor from Johannesburg, Durban, and looking at ways that the private sector can assist Transnet in making this corridor successful. So it's a very positive and pro-active approach towards all the challenges that we're facing. I think I started with Eskom, but if it wasn't for Eskom, I think a lot of other state-owned enterprises could have gone the same route. But there's proactive interventions that's taking place, and that's why I think the first presentation is so important. Tyson is following that with looking at the politics and the social unrest, all the issues we've been dealing with. I think we feel like prize fighters. There's everybody comes to just improve their own businesses and the business in Durban as a whole. But we've had the unrest, we had the floods, we had the Transnet strike, we had all sorts of things. It just feels as if it's never ending. And if you could weather patterns that's changing and all of that. So I think that's a very, very important discussion. And yeah, as I said, I'm not going to go through all the presenters, but we got academics, we got guys that had really looked into this, Nikki and Ayanda and Dr. and Kiruben and all the guys. We really want to get quality discussions out of the presentations that you guys are making. So I'm pretty excited. I'm really looking forward to what we've got dished up for you guys for today. And I trust you're going to have a great experience and bring some interaction that we can take learnings from. They say the mark of insanity is we keep on doing the same thing and expecting different results. You're not going to get that. So we need to talk about what is it that's working, what is it that's not working, and what is it that we need to change. So thanks, Lance. Looking forward to your insight from a shipping line perspective as well. Thanks, guys. I need to introduce Glenn. I've been asked to just introduce Kathy. Glenn from Standard Bank. We're so thankful for the venue and the hosting, and really thanks to you guys. We wouldn't have been able to do that without you.
Ladies and gentlemen and distinguished guests, a warm and cordial welcome to all of you to the Durban Transport Forum, hosted by our esteemed Durban Chamber and Durban Port Forum. I stand with you with immense pleasure as the local head of vehicle and asset finance for Standard Bank and extend my hospitality to you. Today's event is more than just a forum. It's a testament of the power of collaboration and shared inspirations. I'm particularly honored to host you all to our regional office park, a space that symbolizes not only our commitment to progress, but also recognition of the vital role that transportation, logistics, and warehousing play in shaping our region's economic landscape. As Standard Bank, we recognize ourselves as more than just a financial institution. In line with being market leaders in commercial asset finance and our purpose, Africa as a home, is our home and we drive our growth. We see ourselves as proud stakeholders in this intricate web of logistics, warehousing, and transport that powers the province's growth. Our commitment extends beyond financial transactions. It's about fostering partnerships that fuel progress, providing solutions, and enable our businesses to thrive and support the wheels of commerce that drive our economy forward. The Durban Port Forum provides us a unique opportunity to delve into pressing challenges, the exciting prospects of our industry from a technological advancement shaping of our future, the future of mobility to sustainable practices that harmonize growth with environmental responsibility. Our discussions today hold the power to mold our region's economic trajectory. I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for joining us today. Your presence is a testament to your dedication and innovation, collaboration, and progress. In this room, we have a collective wisdom of entrepreneurs, experts, and pioneers who share a common goal to enhance the efficiency, sustainability, and the competitiveness of our transport and logistics sectors. Thank you again for being part of the significant event, and once again, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Standard Bank. I don't know, Kathy, how many times we've used this venue already being hosted by you guys, but it's many times and over many years. So we really appreciate Standard Bank support. Thank you very much for your welcome. We really appreciate it. Ladies and gents, yes, so let's now get to the discussion. We're going to have our first presenter here today, also from the South African Association of Freight Forwarders, and she's the Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Unita Maria. She's going to do the keynote address here, Transport Logistics. So thank you very much, Unita, for being here. I'm going to bring my presentation and then she's going to take it further. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Harry, and thank you, Willie. It's nice to see each other after so many. I think it's probably about 2 years, 3 years to see each other in person. So what I will do today, my presentation is about 15 slides. I want to show you the landscape. Then I want to come back to that we are in crisis in logistics, and I think we need to acknowledge that. And then what the president have done in terms of the NLCC. And then I want to bring it back to maybe what can we do from a private sector point of view. So I hope you stay with me, and some of the slides are complex, but I will talk to the concepts, and I think you're a clever audience, so you will follow me through. So that's why the first one, I want to talk about the shared infrastructure, and then very much on what do we need to do in terms of the responsibility and how does our trade flows look like today. So I think maybe sometimes we miss that and we think we're in logistics and there's not a shared responsibility. So I want to draw your attention to that we have a shared infrastructure. And a shared infrastructure, the benefit is that if we have multiple stakeholders, we can reduce the cost. And I think what we see in South Africa, that doesn't work because we've got a rail network, we've got 9 ports, we've got 5 airports, and somewhere along the line, the pipelines and the conveyor belt, we are not getting the benefit that we should be. Now that goes to that you need to have a shared maintenance structure because you've got a shared infrastructure. And we can see now in the Durban port with the straddles and the RTG, there's not a shared maintenance. And that makes that nobody trusts the system anymore. Because as Willie said quite nice, it's Eskom, and now we work with Transnet, but Transnet doesn't deliver what we want from the private sector. And then you get to this whole thing that there's not a shared responsibility, we don't have cost competitiveness, and then it rolls out to that we have different behavior. And the different behavior is difficult to contextualize because each one starts doing then its own thing because this shared infrastructure with its maintenance doesn't work. So I'm going to take you through as we build the building blocks, why this concept is very important in South Africa situation. So that's our trade flows, and there's one mistake on that. I will correct it for you. It's the iron ore and the coal line. It's 159,000 kilograms. It's moving on a daily basis. It's 149,000 on the iron ore. But it just shows you how open our logistics network is. About 12,227 containers in and out. You can see what do we move on the N3, about 9,400. And also it's not news to you. We can see now on the N4 corridor, the design capacity is to only have about 600 trucks a day in that corridor. And we sometimes push it around about up 1,800. So we've got a very open economy. You can see that's why private sector scream, and that's why sometimes the SOE Transnet cannot take all the pressure because we need a rail network that works and we make sure our ports work. Because if our ports doesn't work and we've got vessels at anchorage too long, we've got too long turnaround time at berth, then we phone our colleagues overseas and we tell them, don't ship to South Africa or ship to add another 10 days because we don't get our cargo out of the port. And what do? We bring very much unintended cost in the supply chain because it doesn't work as it should be. We are in a crisis. I think when we engage with people, they want to say we are not in a crisis, but I think we are in a crisis. When the president called the exporters in April to a forum to say, please share us your insights and what do you think, they were very blunt and very open and told the president that we are in a crisis. And I think it's time to wake up. And you will see it every day in the news. If it's not about the rail network that cannot do it, if it's not about the cable theft, it's about the locomotives, it's about the port that cannot deliver. So I think the quicker we as a collective community realize that we are in a crisis and we need to ensure that we work together now and not blame and shame, I think we're on the right track because we as South Africans always have it. I think there's always a silver lining. We can find each other and we can mature in this journey. And that's for me quite remarkable how we can bounce back. And I'm glad when Willie said, yeah, Mr. Patel was here on Monday and he had a positive story. That's for me great because it comes from the top to tell that we realize there's a problem and we from the top are prepared to fix that. So I'm going to take you through what they've done on the B4SA. So B4SA was established in the COVID, and you will remember when they rolled out the vaccines, that there was a business and a private sector partnership to make sure what can we do. So whatever we do now on the National Logistics Crisis Committee, it's been supported on the B4SA, which is the implementation arm of BUSA, which is the apex body in South Africa. So that was more, and I'm going to focus on the transport, is that we've got poor service, we've got poor productivity, and Professor Jan Havenga, which you probably know from the GAIN group and very much known in the Stellenbosch area. He have done his study with Dr. Zain to say that we could have grown our economy of 6% more than what it's currently if our logistics network is intact. Now that's mind-blowing, because I mean, if you get a logistics network that's intact and we can grow with 6% more, you don't need to find anything. There's the answer. Then in that, and I know there's a lot of priorities, but there was 3 priorities that the government, together with Business Craft, it was the energy, the transport logistics, and then crime and corruption. And they need to, it's a government structure, but business also put in resources to capacitate the different structures. And then there needs to be, because we work together and we don't want different messages to go out in the media, because we all know when we work in these structures, we need to work for SA Inc. Because although you don't see it, we've got a brand in South Africa. And whenever we, as supply chains, look at it, supply chains compete. And if Europe can get their citrus quicker from let's say from Spain than South Africa, we're actually losing ourselves. So sometimes we forget about it and we just want to tell each other in the news that you are useless and you don't do the work correctly, which I think sometimes you can say to the government, but there's a bigger role at play, and that is SA Inc. And sometimes we damage our brand tremendously without knowing that. So that, for me, is the biggest mobilization of business ever that I can testify to. So that's 150 CEOs that sign up to say that they're going to put their name behind B4SA, and it's time that business also have a voice and they start doing what they're supposed to do. So this, I would think, in the history probably of South Africa, is the biggest mobilization ever that I've seen so far. Then that's the structure. So the structure is that specifically in the transport, is that we lead by the NLCC. We've got 3 CEOs that is in our logistics network work stream, and it's Kulisi, Bapumi, and Andrew Kirby from Toyota, which you probably know quite well. And in that structure, we've got the executive lead, which is Ian Bird, myself, and Kulakani, which is the deputy CEO in the BUSA structure. And then we've got different work streams, and I will come to that now. But that's more or less where it is. And the CEOs that we report to is very much on the ground. They know what needs to be done in the logistics network. So it's not an airy-fairy, somebody is there sitting, and we need to know there is accountability, and we work with experts. Then where does the NLCC sit? It is a government structure, so it brings the government together with the state-owned entity. So Transnet is in the NLCC, so the BMA, SARS, everyone, the different structures, and then business as well. So we believe that the NLCC will focus in the middle, and that's what they need to do. They need to bring us all together, make sure that we get the improvement back into our operational structure. They implement reforms, and we don't know yet what all the reforms will be, but we know in our logistics network, we need the reforms. And then also we need to make sure that there's effective conditions that we can roll out these plans. So that's the 8 work streams currently under the NLCC. So you will see the first one is the performance improvement, and there it's been divided in 5 different focuses. So you've got your iron ore, manganese, and then you've got the container corridor. When we present this, there was an outcry, why don't we look at Gqeberha and Cape Town Port, because we have also problems there. So I'll tell you now what we will do with that, but that's the one stream that will look at that. Then the second stream is the transport, road transport. So there's 4 corridors that we identify. It's the N4, the N3, the N12, and then also the N2 that goes up to Richards Bay. Then in those next 4 work streams, we as business are not participating. And I think you will understand the reason why we're probably not participating, because it's a passenger rail, although they will bring in experts from private sector. Then it's the structural reform. How does government want to see how Transnet will look like and how it will unfold? Although we probably can give our inputs, but we are not directly in that work stream. And then procurement, I think that's very much that Transnet will work with DTIC and with National Treasury, because we can see from private sector they need to look at the procurement, because there's not, when the equipment is not being serviced, when it's not maintained, and we hear the structure that it's the procurement that's holding up, you can't get space, it needs to be addressed. And I think then lastly, which we want to participate in, but the door's not open yet, is that we want to help government to shape how the private sector participation will look like. Now, that can be an operating lease, it can be a concession, it can be a hybrid model, it can be a joint venture, we don't know. But I think it's just to allow a little bit of space, because we're in a crisis, to say that how can we work together and what do you think we can do? And then we very much participate, and I think we learned the lessons from the iron ore and the coal line, that we want to be involved in the security, because we work on the ground, we know who's the operators, that's dodgy, and we can see where there is real impact if the logistics network is not working to its optimum. And also the security feeds onto, if you can remember my previous slides, is that you've got energy, transport, and crime and corruption. This work stream links to the crime and corruption work stream, because in our logistics network, it's not very much the isolated one, it's syndicates that we work with. And if you work with syndicates, you need to have a very strong MPA prosecutor that can make sure those syndicates have been taken to task. So that's why the link is there. And then lastly is the communication. And I think we get very irritated and frustrated when there's not clear, open communication to private sector, because then everyone shapes their own narrative, because there's not, the stories are not real. We don't know what's real, authentic. We just can match what we experience on the ground and what the news are telling us, and then we try to figure out a picture. So we thought it was important, or government thought it was important, to bring in the communication, that at least we get a more coherent message of what we're going to do. And it's not that somebody's going to clean the message before it's going to media. It's just that we talk the same language and we're on the same page. Then in the structure, and people were asking me a lot, Unita, you are really, and I'm going to put it out for you there, you are really only punting the ANC agenda. And maybe this NLCC is just helping now the government to stay intact for the next election. And I can assure you, if I stand here in front of you, this is our only solution, that we can collaborate, we work together, and we work for SA Inc. It's not a political structure. It's not to keep anyone in power. If we don't have our logistics network intact, we as an open economy will not be able to survive our next, let's say, cycle. So for us, it's not who's who in the zoo and who's in power, is that we've got to drive to make sure SA Inc. work, and we keep our logistics network intact at all costs, and be open and transparent with each other. So you can see the structure there is the sub work streams, which I talked to you. It's the 8, and under the sub work streams, what we can do, we can have different project teams. And probably that's where we want to link with the PCC, the Durban Chamber, the Cape Town Chamber, to say that maybe we can bring in those type of structures to make it more robust and to make sure that we can deliver. You can see then monthly, we had Friday our meeting with the DG in the President's office, where the work streams need to report. And also how they report is that government report, like Transnet would report on the workstream 1, and then there would be a view from the business as well. And what we do before we report into the NLCC, we try to be on the same page, because it's no use that we go into those structures and we've got different views. But also what we ask from business point of view is that maybe there will be things that we don't agree with, and then there must just be created a mechanism that we can dispute the disagreement, because I think we could see that we see from private sector differently than what the government is seeing. It's not to say that we're right and they're wrong, but we just have different realities. And I think we must be real to each other on that as well. And then we report up to into the strategic network, and then the president's got his meeting every 6 weeks too. So higher up and higher escalation, I don't think there is. And also what this brings back to us in the NLCC, there's a cadence of accountability. So the diaries already are booked out until the end of March. We know what the dates are. We've got a commitment. And I can tell you, because I'm involved in it, we work hard from a business point of view. So I think if we work hard from a business point of view, I think our counterpartners in probably in the public sector would also say they work hard on it because they want to fix it. And I think for me, the one thing that I can see that's a silver lining is also in these structures, there's definitely a strong voice of accountability. We don't have it yet right. I think it probably will mature around about December and January, but thereafter, I hope we will see some tangible results. On that, what do we think? And that's our personal view. So I'll stop with the NLCC, is that we believe we need to have 3 pillars in that. We need to use technology, we need to do capacity building, and then we need to foster very strong regional relationships with our partners. Because if we have a crisis, which we know, and Billy alluded to that, when there was a Transnet strike, we don't have options. We only have options in Walvis Bay and in Maputo. And that's why we need to have a very strong regional collaboration, and also up in the north-south if you want to take the Africa Free Continental Trade Agreement seriously. So what we've done then from private sector, we link it 3 times in the south. We have now looked at the corridor, then the self-regulation tool, and then a control room, because we believe that's where private sector can play a role. We can monitor, we can self-regulate us amongst the role players in the supply chain, and we can have a control room where there's visibility that we can share with everyone, that they can see what's happening in the supply chain. So this is just in the idea, which we can pilot it on the N4 corridor, and we probably would do that at the end of September. If it works well in the N4 corridor, we're going to do it in the same with the Durban port and the Cape Town port as well, that people can see what's happening. And it's not from that what's happening, they can drive then the insights and bring it back to their business model. So that's why the concepts that we have here in the control room is very important, that it's there to create insights, and the different companies can do then whatever they want to do with the insights that we provide. It's to have the capacity, because as we have now seen the Durban container terminal, we need to have probably a design capacity of 108 straddles. There was a lack of maintenance, which I don't want to go in. You all know the period that we came in, and maybe we should have then 80 operating straddles. The reality is over the last 2 weeks, we only had 47 straddles, or maybe 52. And that means the equipment that's in the harbor cannot handle the volumes. Now we've got huge blockages, and it runs into millions of the marits and storage. So that's why we want to portray that people can see, they can plan better and see, okay, we're in a crisis now, what do we need to do? And then maybe the enabler, if I go to that, is that we want to make sure that whenever we show the data and we lay it with trade data, that people can understand what is happening. And then on the backflow to that is that we want to be real on the physical flow. That's why we talk about the data partners. All the data needs to be collective. We all know, we don't even know that it's non-confidential data, it's aggregated data, but it starts to show you how the supply chain operate from vessels in transit, vessels at anchorage, vessels at berth, in the terminal, how long it sits in the terminal, moving out of the terminal by road, rail, and what's happening, and when it comes back into stack. Because once you've got an overall picture, what the N3 is doing, how it all links, you can plan your own business model better. Then the behavior, that's for us very important, and we discussed that quite at lengthy, because if you go to my first slide, is that shared infrastructure, shared maintenance, shared responsibility, and what do we do? And we can see now in the operating space, rail moves to road. You've got road users that's not according to CAFE, according to the RTMS, that don't subscribe to all the regulations. They do what they think they want to do, and they cause all of us then damage in that. You can see the port operators, you need to go through a booking system, you need to book, but they found other ways that they don't book. Bay Road is a road to continue, not a road to pull off and sleep and do all sorts of things. We can see these different behaviors. Now, we as private sector, and that government can't do for us. We as private sector need to say that we take this supply chain serious, we want to abide, and we want to be proud SA citizens. If we want to do that, we want to take responsibility. So that's why we bring in this index, and we're working with Kathy and Andrew to see how we can bring it in. And we also work with the World Bank, and as we go along, we will share it with you to say that we're not going to blame and shame companies, but we're going to bring in what is the standard and how do you deviate from the standard, because that's very important. And then the last thing, we can have a control room, we can have a corridor, and we can have a sustainability index or behavior index. but we can only do it through big data analytics. And we showed over the last 9 months that big data analytics are busy helping us. It's not to blame and shame, it's just to pick up the trends. And one thing that we've done quite nicely was that Transnet was giving us some data during the night shift and why is the cargo not moving. And we analyzed the data. And then from an association point of view, we were just giving them some details of what do we think they need to do. And the similar with the corridor comparison, because if I go to this one, we can see some of the users don't really like it because it's complex and they don't know how to read it and what do they need to make it. So we were thinking together with Standard Bank and maybe some other chambers that we just do quick push notifications out, just one pager. They can quickly read it, they can see what's happening, and then there you go. So that's something that we want to do over the next 2-3 weeks, that it's easy, you read it, it's a push notification, everyone is aware, insights, and there you go. So with that, I've got a last slide, and I think you must read it because Lisa, you're with me. She's the supply chain expert in our association, and she said to me, you need that. This is a very important quote. So I hope I did justice to you to just tell we can be a proud nation. We can collaborate. It's not going to be an easy road, but we need to mature and we need to make sure that we build the roots that can help us, because no other country can help us than ourselves. And I think the time has come that, yes, we can blame and shame all the SOEs, but we need to get to a maturity level to say, no, talk the truth, share with us, and let's help each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Maria. This was so encouraging listening to you, ladies and gents. You know, I've got a privilege in dealing with a lot of the NLCC members, and you know, it's encouraging to hear how positive they, all of them are from within what they are doing. Everybody are telling me, you know, we're getting somewhere, something is happening here. Eventually, something is going to change. We're going to have change in our country, and that's so positive. And so besides building capacity and skills and I think the accountability from within the team is there as well. And rest assured, we will support you guys as much as possible, and looking forward to see the results from this. So thank you very much for this encouraging presentation and the work obviously that you're doing there. So ladies and gents, let's put up our program. All right, the next presenter then, or presenters, but the first one here is Prof. Mickey Chasumeris. Hopefully I've got the pronunciation correctly. And then Mr. Piwe Ntembo. And they're going to talk about an assessment of the capacity and the performance of marine services in South African ports. So I'm just going to bring up the presentation, and then we'll have Prof. Mickey. Thank you very much.
Good morning. As you heard, my name is Michalis Chasumeris. Can you say that? It's easy. It's just like the Michalisburg Mountains, right? Michalis. So you're welcome to call me Mickey. I'm an associate professor at the Graduate School of Business and Leadership at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. I'm a maritime economist, a port economist, focused particularly on South Africa's port governance and pricing over the years. several years now, and I have the privilege of supervising masters and PhD students on maritime topics and other business school topics. So what a blessing to be together in person here. Lovely to see you face to face. I hope to have some good interactions afterwards. And those of you online, welcome. So my co-author for this presentation is Mr. Spiwe Mtembu. He is presently the port manager at the Port of East London, and he's also doing his PhD by publication. And this is one of the 4 articles that we've recently published in 2022, and this one is 2023, that come together to form his PhD by publication. So, and previously, he was the Marine Operations Manager at the Port of Durban. So in terms of marine services, he is a specialist in this area. We've partnered together to come together, do this research, and you can share, and we'll share with you some of that insight. So an assessment of the capacity and performance of marine services in South Africa's ports. Here's our beautiful country, South Africa, the 8 commercial ports, all under the National Port Authority as the landlord. They have the right to enter into leases with terminals and other properties, as well as they are to provide the infrastructure at the 8 commercial ports and the marine services, including the tugs, the pilot boats, the helicopters that take the pilots out, and all the other marine services, vessel tracking systems, etc., all under the governance and provision of the National Port Authority. Also, there is a single tariff book. The National Port Authority puts out a single tariff book for all 8 commercial ports, and the tariff is the same, whether you're going through Durban or Cape Town. They have a single tariff, which, because in South Africa, as you may know, we have what we call a complementary system of ports rather than the competition between the ports. That is the national strategy that's been for many years now, and it's under the guidance of Transnet and the Transnet National Port Authority. So marine services, where does it lie? Very briefly, in the governance structure, it is a division under the National Ports Authority. The National Port Authority is a division of Transnet, the Transnet Group. And the Transnet reports to the Department of Public Enterprises, just to give you a feel for where it sits. So it's a government provision through the state-owned enterprise. On the other hand, there is economic regulation of the marine services and economic regulation of the National Ports Authority, because essentially they are a monopoly. And as a monopoly, the Ports Regulator of South Africa regulates the National Ports Authority to the marine services. But the Ports Regulator sits under the Department of Transport. So it's a little bit of a complex governance structure with sometimes different agendas. Ports are viewed as a gateway to international markets. They ensure a seamless flow of cargo, connecting maritime and hinterland transport. South Africa is a major player in the seaborne trade due to its geographic location in relation to maritime shipping routes. Marine services operations ensure safe navigation of ships and ports. It is the regulatory requirement for marine services to be provided to ships visiting South Africa's ports. Generally, the Ports Authority must provide or license a competent service provider to provide marine services. Things like pilotage, towage, vessel traffic services, mooring, unmooring, dry docks, pollution control, and water-to-ship transfer. Marine services governance, ownership, and provision in ports are structured differently across the world. In some countries, it's under the government or the state-owned enterprise. In other countries, it's the private sector. In many countries, it's the private sector that provide the marine services to the ports users. Generally, at the global level, provision of marine services resides with the private sector in the main, such as towage, dry docks, mooring and unmooring, and bunkering services. In some cases, the Ports Authority embarks on a multiple service provider model over a single service provider model, as we have here. In South Africa, the public sector mainly provides all marine services through TMPA. TMPA is the landlord and administers all 8 commercial ports, as I explained, and provides the infrastructure. TMPA ensures equal access to ports facilities and the provision of marine services. I've shown this graph in other forums, But essentially, I don't want to spend too much time on it, but the blue line is what the ports, the National Port Authority, annually have requested from port users and has been approved by the ports regulator. So the blue line shows the amount of money that port users have paid towards the capital expenditure programs of the National Port Authority. So there's great plans annually in place to spend the money on infrastructure and so forth. But the reality is, unfortunately, a declining in spending. So the actual spend is the gray line. So if we start off with the actual amount of money spent on capital expenditure by the National Port Authority from 2015-16, it was nearly 3 billion rand. 2016, it went to 2 billion rand. 2017-18, it went to 1 billion rand. 2018-19, 905 million rand in all the 8 commercial ports, right? Then, of course, it went up to 1.5 billion in 2019-20. 2020-21, we had the COVID pandemic, of course, lockdown. We all had a terrible time. And this resulted in many projects being postponed or cancelled. And only 684 million was spent in all the 8 commercial ports on infrastructure and capex. And then they forecast that they would be spending 1.5 billion in 2021-22, but the actual spend was only 1.1 billion. So the concern is that infrastructure, etc., tugs and all the rest, these things take time, and the competitiveness of South Africa's ports can be affected. We have these great plans, but they're not being implemented. The money is there, and that's the other good news. The money is there. The port users are paying. The money is coming in, but it is not being spent on the good plans that we have in store, and this is something that needs to be addressed. TMPA makes significant profit margins. By the 31st of March 2020, profit before tax was sitting at 12 billion rand. But capex, as we saw, was only at 1.12 billion. And the permanent employees declined by 388. So although profits are increasing, the MPA appears to be falling short of the ideals of investing in the economy and creating jobs. The decline in marine services and infrastructure investment into the port system is inconsistent with the National Port Authority's planned increases in capital expenditure and is a major concern to port users, the ports regulator, and indeed the National Port Authority. With about 80% of the world trade being seaborne, seaport capacity, efficiencies, and associated services are vital to ensure seamless, sustainable global supply chains. Various factors influence the time ships spend waiting at anchorage. These are related to scheduling problems, ships missing berth windows, documentation, cargo surveying, terminal readiness, and terminal performance. The functions of the National Port Authority are to ensure equal access to ports facilities and the provision of port services to multiple port users. The provision of marine services in ports plays an essential role in ensuring efficient shipping movements in ports, contributing positively to the port's overall performance. These services require consistent and close monitoring. The aim of the study was to assess the capacity and performance of marine services in South Africa's ports. Tugboats, workboats, and pilot boats are meant to assist with the transfer of pilots, tugging and towing of ships inside confined narrow waters of the ports, and remain available on standby in case of emergencies relating to grounding, fire, and man overboard. Regrettably, at a national level, marine services at all 8 commercial ports are undercapacitated and operate below the required or optimal capacity. This is a table from table 1. I won't go into too much detail here, but very briefly to show, for example, the number of tugs at Richards Bay on paper, not in operation necessarily, on paper, 5. Durban, it was 10, East London 2, Ngqura 3, Port Elizabeth 2, Mossel Bay 0, Cape Town 5 tugs, and Saldanha 4 tugs, a total of 31 tugs. And so it continues with the other marine services equipment here: workboats, pilot boats, launches, helicopters. We had 2 in Richards Bay and 2 in Durban, total of 4. Floating cranes, 2, and total crafts per port. But although this is on paper, in reality, we don't always see this playing out. For example, an example I think Spiwe was sharing with me is in Port of Durban, often we're operating with 5 tugs. And so the concern is then, if you have a berthing window of, say, 3 hours, if you have 5 tugs, you need 2 tugs per ship to bring it into port. So you have 2, 4, that means 2 ships can come in. But the 5th, if there was a 6th tug in operation, that could bring 3 ships in within that 3-hour period rather than 2. So you can see how it affects the productivity and so forth. Now, the world average age for seagoing tugs and ports is between 23 to 35 years of age. Just keep that in mind as we look at the next slide. Assessment of national fleet age and bollard pull power available in ports illuminated the challenge confronted by ports and legitimized concerns tabled by port users. This phenomenon emphasizes a lack of investment into marine floating crafts by TMPA, especially in the ports of, well, it says Mossel Bay and East London, where the fleet is much older than 35 years of age. The average bollard pull required in ports is typically 65 tons, international kind of average, they were saying, compared with the average 54 tons pull in South Africa's ports, and 11 tons bollard pull deficit. So here we can see the average fleet age and East London, Mossel Bay. So in some of the ports, it's within that range and below the world average, but in other ports such as East London, the average age is 44 years. And the average bollard pull, remember we said typically could be say 65 bollard pull, could be Richards Bay has 58, Durban has 50, East London 43, Ngqura has 70, Port Elizabeth has 70, Mossel Bay 19, Cape Town 56, and Saldanha 64. So there's definitely a need for additional maintenance and additional capital expenditure and on marine services, the tugs, and so forth. Now, it's not just about equipment. It's about the people and the skills and the lack of skills that we are facing here. So this is a summary here of critical skills analysis. And essentially, if you could break it down, it's very small for this, but you will all have copies of the slides so you can look into the detail for your information, and the articles available for free on the internet. Google our surnames, our names, and the title of this presentation. You will find it. So just for example, Richards Bay, the required number of pilots is 20. The available is 15. There's 5 less. We have a shortage of 5 pilots in Richards Bay. Likewise with Durban, the required number of pilots is 31. The available is 24. We need 7 more pilots. And so it continues. And this tallies up over the 8 commercial ports to, we need an additional 21 pilots, an additional 28 tug masters, and an additional 26 chief engineers. So we have a skills deficit. We need more people, more skilled people to provide the services that are required to improve our productivity, right, and performance. The gap is widening between the required skilled seafarers and available seafarers. The study identified a total of 75 personnel, shortages of 75 personnel, as I explained. This bleak picture is worsened due to marine training challenges, the absence of ships registered under the South African flag, and the length of time required to train and qualify pilots, tug masters, and engineers. We did an analysis of the top 15 causes of marine services delays in the port of Durban. I think we're focusing on container traffic, etc. But the top 15 causes of marine services over the years 2014 to 2021. And here you can see the major delays, the causes of delays. Tug occupied. The tug was not available. It was already in service somewhere else, right? Shipping movements, again, that is the tugs not available to service the ship. Tug out of commission. So those first 3 categories account for 61% of the delays, the reasons for delays in terms of hours. Okay, then there's other categories as well. You can see shift change, adverse weather was 5% of the number of hours delays. Pilot boat out of commission, slot overbooking, berthing stock occupied, port meetings, pilot occupied, terminal delays, wind delays, tidal vessels, and daylight shipping. So these are some of the categories that are monitored, and thankfully they recorded over time. So we can do some analysis to see, are we improving or are things getting deteriorating? The analysis of the 8 years revealed the top 5 categories of delays contribute to over 70% of shipping delays in the port of Durban. I'll just remind you, these delays include tugboat occupied, shipping movements, which is the tug is again unavailable, tugs out of commission, adverse weather, and terminal delays. Those are the top 5 reasons. The top 3 shipping delays point to the problem of capacity in tugs. The top 3 categories of delays, tugboat occupied, etc., accounted for 61% of the marine services delays. Tugboat occupied suggests limitations in the number of tugs in ports. An increase in capacity could have a major impact on reducing shipping delays. Tugboats out of commission can be addressed through better planning and a good maintenance regime, while tug occupied and shipping movements reflects a lack of investment to increase the number of tugboats. Further analysis of these delays. Over those 8 years, from 2014 to 2021, there was a decline in the number of ships visiting the port, right? So it was total ships was 3,023 in 2014. By 2021, it was only 2,176. But what's important to note here is the number of ships that were delayed. Okay, in 2014, it was 1,200. But as a percentage of the total, that was 40% of the ships. And as we move along, by 2021, 823 ships, or 35% of the ships were delayed that were entering our ports. What's been happening? The size of the ships, they say, have been getting larger, the capacity is getting larger, and less port calls. So there was a decline in the percentage of ships delayed down to 2019, where it came down to 24% of the ships were delayed. But then in 2020, it went up to 25% of the ships being delayed, and 2021, 35% of the ships being delayed. And that's a worrying trend. And then the average hours per delay, that has come down to 2021, it was sitting at 1.4 hours average delay per ship delayed. Provision of marine services in South Africa is a crucial function operated by the MPA. Marine services constrain shipping movements in ports because of the unavailability of marine floating crafts and a less than required number of seafarers. As we said, we need 21 more pilots, 28 more masters, and 26 more chief engineers. A big challenge is the lack of availability of fleet spares due to limited suppliers of marine services. On that note, the Public Finance Management Act that state-owned enterprises have to comply with, etc., that seems to be quite a hindrance to the marine services getting the necessary supplies, the necessary maintenance and parts for the tugs and the other vessels, etc. So that seems to delay the maintenance and the availability and accessibility of the existing fleet. So that's something to consider there. To provide these services, the MPA requires skilled seafarers, reliable equipment, best-in-class procurement systems, and flexible management systems. The number of crafts, aging infrastructure, and availability of skilled workforce are fundamental structural problems constraining the ports. The capacity and performance statistics and the results shown by this study support the need to invest in the MPA marine services capacity. To draw nearer to the industry requirements, the MPA must accelerate investment in much-needed resources to support and satisfy the industry demands. Sustainable human capacity programs must be developed in both the public and the private sectors. There is a need for a cross-functional team inclusive of the private sector to deal with the provision and enhance the provision of marine services in South Africa's ports. A simulation of activities from anchorage through to berths and vice versa will assist in enhancing an understanding of the process and creating an appreciation for additional resources requirements necessary to improve marine sources. Now, this presentation is mainly focused on the capacity and the performance of marine services. Mr. Spiwe Mtembu and I have gone ahead to write 2 other papers. One is about the marine services pricing, how we price the marine services in South Africa's ports, which needs improvement, significant improvement there. And we've made some recommendations there, which hopefully the ports regulator and the National Port Authority can take to heart and consider. Also, we have written this over here is a very small slide. The text is for those who are going to be looking at the slide. At the click of a button, you can download for free the other studies that I've been talking about here, including the pricing study, which you haven't heard about today, and we've made recommendations on how to improve the governance structure of marine services in South Africa's ports. So this is a link to additional studies that we have done. Please take your time to be informed on these matters. It's been a pleasure. Thank you, and I look forward to our engagement shortly. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Mickey. Clearly an objective study you guys are doing, also in close collaboration with TNPA and the rest of Transnet. So we really appreciate what you're telling us and putting the eye right on where it should be. So thank you very much for that. All right, ladies and gents, let's have a look at our program again. I think we've got our port manager. Sepiwe, is Sepiwe going to present or is it just support? Okay, right. Thank you very much. Jan, will you just have a look for us whether Tyson is online yet? Tyson, the next presenter, is going to present online. He just WhatsApped me and said he's in a meeting, but he's trying to get himself out of the meeting soon so that he can present for us. I think what we do is take a 5 minutes leg stretch quickly, and let's give Tyson some opportunity to join the meeting. Asseblief Jan, dankie. Okay, ladies and gents, let's join our seats. Let's take our seats. Thank you. Please take up your seats, guys. Fine, and you? Ladies and gents, please take up your seats. We need to start. We need to continue. Okay. All right. Thank you, guys. All right, so we're going to have our online presenter today, Mr. Tyson Sibanda. He just joined the session. He was stuck in a meeting. But Tyson, we're glad you're joining in. And Tyson is the Manager, Economic Policy, Business Unity South Africa. And he's going to talk about the impact of political and social unrest. Tyson, let's check. Can you hear us? Can we see you? I see the presentation is there. Can you speak up so that we can see if we can hear you? Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. I hope you can all hear me. And my
Yes, we can.
apologies for not making it in person. I hope next time, if I'm invited, I'll make my way there to Durban. With that being said, Harry, thank you so much for the opportunity to once again present. So as Harry has said, my name is Tyson Sibanda from Business Unity South Africa. I am the Economic Policy Manager, responsible for transport and logistics and SMME. So I am going to be presenting about the impact of the political unrest. Let me just switch off my video so that it can become easier to do it. So looking at the arrest that unfolded in 2022, so the one that took place in KZN from 9 to the 12th. So we'll just look at the timelines of the event and then look at what causes the events and also the impact that the event had on our logistics, communities, and also the economy at large. So as we all know that there was the unrest that took place on from the 9th of June, which began in KZN, where we assume that the protesters or the supporters of our former president blocked the major highways and set fire trucks and other vehicles, including warehouses and some critical parts of businesses. And it ended on the 12th, so it took almost a week. And also there were a lot of violent reports that were reported, as well as looting in several provinces such as your Gauteng, Limpopo, and also KZN. So what causes this social unrest or political unrest? As I said, that it was as a result of the former president being arrested. And then this unrest also was fueled by a combination of economic, political, and social factors, such as your high unemployment, poverty, inequality that have been persistent in the country, and also the effect of COVID-19 pandemic, whereby we had some lockdowns, which also resulted in some businesses being shut, and also people losing jobs, and also increasing the high levels of poverty. So let's look at the impact that this unrest had on our communities or in our communities. So the first thing that we saw, it was the loss of life and also displacement of people. For the record, the formal records that we have, we heard that this unrest, it resulted to over 300 lives that were lost, and also widespread injuries and enforced displacement of individuals and communities, which resulted in also traumas and fear in the people. And there were also inter-ethnic tensions, meaning that the unrest exposed our inter-ethnic tensions, particularly between our Zulu people or Zulu-speaking communities and other groups, heightening divisions within the societies. So there were also humanitarian crises, meaning that the destruction of infrastructure which hindered access to essential services such as your healthcare, food, and also fueling existence of socio-economic issues. So we saw that a lot of our malls or shopping centers, they were disrupted, and people had issues in terms of accessing those shopping centers to get the essentials, and that affected people in terms of getting those basic services that they normally get from the shops. And then when you look at the impact that the unrest had in terms of the economy, but focusing mainly on the supply chain and logistics, our logistics networks was very disrupted. As a result, there were a lot of blockages and road closures, meaning that it affected areas, also preventing the movement of goods and disrupting supply chain across the country. So obviously, when you look at Durban, I think it is the hub of mainly our economic activities, looking at the movement of goods from the port of Durban or to the port of Durban. So the disruption also, it caused everything to be on standstill because of the unrest. And also there were delayed deliveries. These delivery vehicles were unable to access their destinations, resulting in delayed deliveries of essential goods, raw materials, and other supplies. And again, there were supply shortages. The disruption of supply chains caused shortages of essential goods such as your food, fuel, medication, and other commodities, which exhibited the impact on businesses and customers. So I remember there were calls, or there were some panics during that particular period, whereby there were going to be fuel shortages. And in fact, some of the fuel stations here in Gauteng, they ran out of fuel, whereby they were saying some of the people were coming to the fuel stations with containers, and because we did not know how long this unrest was going to take, and also we did not know when the supply chain activities will resume. So that actually affected the economic activities in terms of getting goods to their desired destination. And also there was some damages to the infrastructure. So the destruction of warehouses and distribution centers that were caused by these riots and looting, that were targeted at warehouse and distribution centers, it led to severe damages and destruction of storage facilities. So, for example, when you look at, I think it's it's Samsung, they had to move their warehouse from Durban to Gauteng because of the events. So they could not rebuild their warehouse that was distracted them. And then loss of inventory, the destruction of the infrastructure resulted in the loss of inventories and stock, further impacting the availability of goods in the market. So a lot of companies that were affected in terms of their distribution centers and their warehouses. Some of those companies were not insured, especially looking at your SMMEs. They could not recover their inventories or their stock. So as a result, they had to close their businesses. And when you look at the repairing and rebuilding of what was damaged, so the need to repair and rebuild damaged infrastructure, it also added to the additional cost and time to logistics operations, further straining the supply chain activities. So when you look at these costs that had to be added in terms of operating cost, it also resulted in the increment in prices of goods and services that are offered by mostly these companies that were affected by these social unrest. And then in terms of your security concerns, safety risks for drivers and transport companies, the unrest created dangerous environment for truck drivers and workers in the logistics industry, leading to concerns for their safety. So when you look at these reports or the videos or pictures that were being taken during that time, you will see that a lot of cargoes or consignment were burnt down or destroyed. And when they were destroyed, it does not mean that there were no drivers or people in those trucks. So some of the drivers were being pulled out, and some of them, they were unfortunately being burnt in the trucks, which raised security concerns or safety risks for drivers. And we see the effect again of this social unrest. Also, nowadays, we haven't actually recovered there. We still see the continuous violence in terms of the truck drivers being targeted. And I think beginning of this month, we had a lot of reports in terms of the damages that were being done to the trucks on N4 corridors. So we haven't actually recovered there. We still need to find ways to sort our safety risks for drivers or security concerns with regards to drivers and also the trucks. And then the vehicle and cargo damages, again, logistics vehicles were targeted during the unrest, resulting in the vehicle damages, also theft of both the trailers and trucks and also the consignment and cargoes, leading to financial losses for our transportation companies. And then this widespread looting and destruction, it resulted in the large scale of looting and destruction of businesses, infrastructure, causing significant economic losses. So you can see, even if you are driving around the areas that were affected, some of the factory, they are still in ashes. They haven't managed to fix those because of lack of capital to fix it, and some of those businesses were not insured. So the insurance obviously could not fix those, or some of them, they were covered in part, not entirely. Again, this unrest, it led to job losses and also economic setback. Many businesses had to choose either to permanently close or close temporarily, leading to job losses and setback in the country's economic recovery from COVID-19 pandemic. So as we can see that our unemployment actually is at 32%, meaning that we are actually worse off compared to where we were before COVID-19 and also before this unrest. So it will take us some time to recover. And also it will require us to spend a lot of money to set up these new factories that will create jobs for the people. And then also we had some challenges in terms of companies relocating from South Africa to the Middle East or to other African countries, meaning that we will never recover in terms of those companies that have left. So most of the companies now, they are preferring to set up their headquarters in the Middle East, leaving us with a huge number of unemployed people. And then increased costs. So rebuilding this damaged infrastructure again, it will mean that we need to find alternative ways to run our businesses. So in order for us to recoup or to recover the cost, it will mean that we need to add or to increase our prices in order to cover up for additional security measures, also for our logistics companies. And then impact on trade and in foreign investment. Disrupted logistics operations negatively affected the South African reputation as an attractive investment destination, potentially impacting trade and foreign investment in the long run. So when you look at the way we are attracting foreign investment now or post-COVID-19, you will see that we are actually on the decline because of these uncertainties that our economy has in terms of this social unrest and also persistent attack on critical infrastructure and so forth. And then let's look at your governance and the rule of law. Actually, we are talking about how government responded or how they were supposed to respond. When you look at it, I think the government's response was inadequate, and they actually struggled to effectively respond to the unrest, leading to a perception of weak governance and loss of public trust in leadership. So when we think of how the presidents and the rest of our government officials responded to this, I think it was too late. When they responded, they were supposed to respond in time and also ensure that they actually visit the affected areas in order to stop looting, and also destruction of the critical infrastructure. And also the deployment of security forces, government deployed the defense force later and other security forces later to try and calm the situation and also to restore order. So when they deployed the defense force and other security forces, it was too late. I think there was a need for government to quickly respond to this in order to contain the violence and also looting that was taking place. And then the questions underlining socio-economic impact issues, the unrest drew attention to underlining grievances of inequality, unemployment, corruption, highlighting the need for systematic reforms. I think when you look at the last part of government's response, I think we've been talking about corruption and inequality, unemployment for some time now. What we need to do at the moment is to actually stop talking and act and bring the reform that we desire as the state. What are the lessons that we learned from the social unrest, and also what can we do in order for us to prevent the unrest to unfold again? So the recent unrest that we saw in South Africa during the July 2021 has brought to light the pressing need for government to tackle the underlying causes of social and economic inequality within the country. Additionally, the situation has revealed weaknesses or the flaws in government's approach to crisis and emphasized the necessity for improved collaborations among various levels of government and other stakeholders. The events that occurred have also emphasized the significance of fostering community resilience and establishing a sense of trust between the citizens and government institutions. So when you look at this, the unrest, we can say that it was as a result of the former president being arrested. But when you look deep down, it was never about the former president being arrested. It was about the social ills or the socio-economic ills that were currently taking place within our various communities, especially the poorest among the poorest. I think they were most of the people who were part of those lootings and riots were mostly from the poor communities. Let's look at your recovery and resilience or way forward. So collaborative efforts is one of the things that we need to do, or government has to do. So we need to find ways to collaborate between government, industry role players and other stakeholders in order to restore logistics and operation repair, infrastructure and secure supply chain. So this is a way forward that we can say that in terms of the current challenges that the industry is facing, there is a need for us also to collaborate to ensure that the logistics in supply chain operations are smoothly. And also adaptation and contingency planning. So the unrest highlighted the importance of developing robust contingency plan and diversifying supply chain to mitigate the impact of the future disruptions. So I think that is a work in progress that has to be concluded so that we avoid history from repeating itself. And investment in security measures. So the events actually emphasize the need for increased security measures to protect logistics operations and ensure the safe movement of goods. So again, there is a need for us to invest in our security, meaning that there is a lack of intelligence that we are currently experiencing with our government. So I think this was supposed to be avoided. It was supposed to be triggered, or the government should have gotten intelligence before the events can unfold. So there is a need for massive investment in that regard. So in terms of our conclusion, and this will be my last slide. So the political and socio-economic social unrest that occurred from the 9th of July to the 11th of July 2021 had grave consequences for the economy. The economic losses, governance challenges, societal divisions, and individual suffering emphasized the urgent need for addressing systematic issues of inequality, unemployment, and corruption. Rebuilding and healing will require collaborative efforts from government, society or civil society, and the broader business community to create a more inclusive and resilient South Africa. So among these other issues that we have identified, there is one key factor that we can look at which contributes to the optimism, which is the resilience of South African people. We are saying despite the significant challenges they had faced, they repeatedly demonstrated their ability to collaborate towards a better future. So despite whatever happened, there is still there is still a potential for or a room for growth, or a room for collaborate between these role players to rebuild South Africa. So this cannot be done by government or private sector, but it can only be done by collaborating by collaboration between government, private sector, and the community at large. So this can be made possible by all of us. Thank you so much, Harry and colleagues. This is the last slide. Thank you so much for the for the opportunity. I'll be guided by you, Harry, in terms of the way forward. Thank you.
Tyson, thank you so much. It's a great presentation. Clearly a very complex challenge we're sitting with, and so important for us to collaborate and to be aligned in terms of public sector and private sector. So thank you very much, Tyson. Really appreciate for your presentation. Will you be available for the panel discussion at about it will be about 12:30ish. Will you be available?
Yes, I'll be available.
Thank you, Tyson. We're looking forward to that then. Thank you so much for a great presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Right, ladies and gents, we're looking at our program again. You can see it's time for a short break. So let's take a break and we see you guys back here at 11:10. Abdul, I don't know if you've got your announcement. Do you want somebody? I think Abdul is just in need of to see people.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Abdul Kamda, and I'm intimately involved in green freight projects in Africa, particularly East Africa and Southern Africa. And if there are any people locally from the Green Port Durban project or connected to the Port of Durban who would like to discuss the green freight project in Durban, if you could just please stay behind for a few minutes. Thanks.
Thank you, Abdul. So I'll see you guys back here at 11:10. Thank you very much. Enjoy the break. Okay, ladies, let's start taking up our seats, please. We need to start again. Okay, let's take up our seats, please. All right, ladies and gents. Looking at our program, we're still talking, driving the narrative for efficient port logistics. And it still is the 30th of August, 2023. All right. It's always difficult to get these great minds to a standstill so that we can continue. So we've got a presentation talking about South Africa's port doctrine, and it's going to be presented by Dr. Ayanda Majuba from Maritime Studies, DUT, Durban University of Technology, and Mr. Ruben Moodley, Commercial Business Strategy of Transnet Port Terminals. So we're looking forward to these two gentlemen presenting. So first presenter then is Dr. Ayanda Majuba. Thank you very much, Ayanda.
Perfect. Thank you, Harry. Good morning, everyone. Special thanks to Willie Coetzee for inviting me to present on the port doctrines. So I've titled my presentation Port Doctrines and the South African Developmental State, phrased as a question precisely because ever since the new administration, we are not quite sure what happened to the South Africa's profession of a developmental state, or more specifically, a democratic developmental state. And my exploration of port doctrines was within that context of a developmental state. So it was an amalgam of two broad theory perspectives in comparative politics and also in port economics. I must say that this presentation will be largely definitional and theoretical, just to get everyone up to speed. I'm glad that Professor Miki, my colleague and former supervisor, went ahead and explained some of the stuff that I may touch on in passing. So effectively halving my presentation today. So we're just going to look at port doctrines, and you'll excuse me for waxing a little bit definitional, but the idea of port doctrines has largely been explored from a theoretical and retrospective perspective. We'll look at port models and South Africa's port governance, and then we will, perhaps as a way of discussing afterwards, talk about how we as South Africa can formulate a more robust port doctrine. So let me start with the definition of what a port doctrine is. And this definition, as you can see with each bullet point, is becoming progressively more qualified, precisely because up until my work, while I was pursuing my PhD, I had not come across in any discussion or in theory a concise definition of a port doctrine. So I had to make one up with the benefits of hindsight and also with the idea of what we are working toward as South Africa. So it was first coined by Bennett and Walters, and these two great authors didn't really bother to give a concise definition of what a port doctrine is. So the first apparent idea of what a port doctrine might be then is that it's a normative framework within which pricing, investment, and governance and port governance takes place. It's a certain paradigm, a set of principles regarding port pricing and port governance that a particular port or port system adheres to, actively through conforming to the best practices in the industry or passively through reacting to historical events. Excuse me. Now, great institutions like the World Bank have actually tried to create the best practices through its ports reform toolkit from 2001, or I think with the iteration I was familiar with up until 2007 when I wrote this work. So they tried to proactively come forth with what could be a good practice in terms of port governance through that series of publications. So the presence of the phrase doctrine brings about an impression that a port doctrine is a set of beliefs that, having been established beforehand, subsumes all ports of operations under predetermined principles. And this this impression lingers in discrepancies between how the ports currently operate and how they ought to operate, despite the fact that empirical evidence may suggest that port doctrines have hitherto been articulated through historical observation. And it was in 1979 that Benetton and Walters were actually coining the first two port doctrines, the Anglo-Saxon doctrine being the first and the second one being the European or continental doctrine. They observed how ports had been working and how they'd been governed and how they'd been operating up until the time. And they said there seems to be a certain mode that distinguishes ports in the UK and ports in continental Europe. And let us try to explore these a little bit more. So we're going to start with the Anglo-Saxon doctrine, just the tenets thereof. They hold that ports ought to be profitable and self-sustaining. So a port should stand on its own bottom, not being supported by government subsidies or being part of the government's national fiscus. They do not also primarily concern themselves with employment creation, social or economic development. And I use that word primarily emphatically. I am not saying that ports in places like the UK are completely divorced from the idea of employment creation and social economic development, but they do not primarily concern themselves with that. They receive no subsidies, as I explained, and they must operate according to strict private entity principles. So the way that they operate is very clinical. The way that you'd find your private entity is expected to adhere to commercial principles. That's the idea of ports in the UK. And they seem, relative to African ports and so also many ports in the developing world, they seem to be more efficiently run. So they may be, and sometimes are, privately owned. They have cost-based pricing, and I'm hoping to expand a little bit more on that. They are profit-oriented. The user pays principle is adhered to, and they run free of government interference, except perhaps from a regulatory perspective. So that's the Anglo-Saxon doctrine. Very straightforward, very simple. Picture a private business. That's how ports are run. The European continental doctrine, however, it views ports as part of a social infrastructure. The value of a port is assessed not in the accounts of the facilities, but also in terms of the progress of industry and trade in the hinterland. So the European doctrine then holds that it's quite necessary that the port breaks even or even makes a profit, either on existing or proposed investments, but the justification thereof is often found outside the port's perimeter. And also under this doctrine, while not strictly adhering to the user pays principle, ports themselves are encouraged to set their pricing structure and the level of port prices. Again, one may take this for granted, but I should highlight that they're encouraged to set their own pricing, which is not the case in the next port doctrine that I'm going to explore in a little bit more detail compared to these, and that is the Asian port doctrine. Before I give what the Asian port doctrine is all about, let me just explain what happened. I'm sure some of you may very well be aware of how China came to be the dominant power that it is right now in the world. So from 1978, it started instituting reforms, macroeconomic reforms, and it started deciding that we are going to reduce our level of poverty, and they did in 30 years reduce their level of poverty by 90%, an impressive feat for a country the size of China in terms of population. And by the year 2000, China had already developed quite a number of major hub ports, when previously it wasn't seen as that dominant in the maritime field. So in the Asian port doctrine, it stemmed mainly from the predominant political ideology, which was economic development that was strictly guided by the socialist or communist principles. And it was often under autocratic rule, not the case in many countries. But the same ideology found its expression in the way that policies was formulated and that the organization of government, or rather should I say, and the organization of government fitted into the planning commissions. And there were elite bureaucrats. Where's my cursor? There's something I can't see right now. So there were elite bureaucrats and technocrats that were responsible for policy implementation. So the idea of a planned development with a hands-on government approach has been characteristic of China and quite a few developmental states in the Asia-Pacific region. And you must remember, we get the Asian tigers, from that kind of political and economic development programs. And these are countries that have experienced in a relatively short period of time fantastic growth rates in economic growth, such that they leaped from being third world countries to being first world countries, some of them. Japan is included among those. So the government here acts as a ports designer. That was way too far. It acts as a ports designer, a port developer, operator, and port pricing maker, mediator, and investor, showing the intricate system of central coordination which is prevalent in some Far Eastern economic systems. The Asian doctrine highlights the importance of ports as part of the entire hinterland economic reform, which would not flourish without being knitted into the overall government developmental strategies. So it's not uncommon then that in the Asia Pacific region, you have parts of ports development capital coming from central government fiscus. Now, the government-founded and government-owned approach to policy making is used until the port is strong enough to stand on its own as a global competitor. This is the classical infant industry argument. And this kind of argument justifies heavy government involvement, mainly as a strategic tool to create hub ports and give them a strong foundation upon which they can become self-sustaining in a globally competitive environment. So it's not to say that they are forever protected, as we have seen by some of the recent developments. There's now a process of decentralizing ports authority, some port authority roles and also some operation roles to the private sector. But the infant industry argument is necessary for actually starting off the ports. And one of the key ways to encourage an environment conducive to creation of hub ports is through strategic port pricing, which includes administered pricing. And administered pricing, a phenomenon that is unique to port, are not a phenomenon that is unique to ports, but they are also prevalent in the entire Chinese economy. What do I mean by that? Administered pricing, or rather administered pricing in general, is the opposite of the free market pricing, where prices act as a signal to determine or to help investors determine where to allocate their investments. Administered pricing, however, says the government determines what the price of bread should be, and nobody should charge anything less or above that. The government determines what some services should be priced, and whatever shortfall that the private sector participating in supplying those goods and services will be covered by a government subsidy. It may work in the case of some goods that would be predominantly public goods, but in China, this was widespread all across. In the early turn of the millennium, many articles had written about the unfair practices, the unfair economic practices of China by actually charging the prices that were not reflective of the costs involved in making those goods and services which they distributed to the whole world. So we found that that was generally frowned upon by free market economists, but in the long run, there was a clear plan in hand of how to actually, or what they were trying to achieve. Now, the Asian port doctrine, I've summarized it in these bullet points. It should then give rise to a particular way that the private sector and the public sector at ports actually interact. Typically, many ports around the world subscribe to the Anglo-Saxon doctrine or the European continental doctrine, and they actually follow the landlord approach, where there's a clear delineation of responsibilities between this is what the government is responsible for and this is what the private sector is responsible for. What you see in front of you is the private sector, public sector responsibilities. In dark blue there, that's the private sector responsibility. And in light blue, it's the public sector responsibility in terms of ownership, ports administration, nautical management, port infrastructure, superstructure, cargo handling, pilotage, towage, mooring services, and dredging. There's different types of ports or port models that we can classify. Initially, there were 4, but I think they grow with each in each iteration and with understanding of how ports are run. Somebody once said that if you've seen one port, then you've seen them all. But in terms of the intricate responsibilities and practices in governance and operation of ports, really, when you look at it, if you've seen one port, you have really only seen one port. And this is attested to by the South African port system, in that we do not really see them as purely public service ports, or as tool ports, or as landlord ports, which that central model is actually the one that is promoted mostly by the World Bank in its best or international best practices. We do not have corporatized ports or private service ports. South Africa seems to be somewhere in the middle between the public and the landlord. We have TNPA, which Mickey spoke about at length. It's the landlord of ports, and it sees itself as a landlord of ports. But in terms of its practices, it is in competition with the private sector in many of the cargo handling aspects. And so you wonder, who here is the landlord if Transnet through TPT will also be a terminal handling operator? In this slide, what you see is the institutional responsibility for port investors, investment items, and government role. This is adapted from the works of, well, quite a few authors, including Lee and Flynn 2011. And we also added that last column there about South Africa in terms of institutional responsibility in our paper that we published in 2016 with Dr. Hasomeris. So what you see is, with respect to each investment category, moving from marine access to port infrastructure to port superstructure and land access infrastructure, most of these Asia Pacific ports, some are Chinese ports, some are South Korean, Singaporean, Taiwan, some would argue that's the extension of China, Malaysia, and Hong Kong. Hong Kong is a special administrative region. Now, when you look at Hong Kong in terms of the institutional responsibility, I'm not sure if it comes out very clearly in the projection, because I can barely see much here in my computer. But what you will see is we've got those acronyms: CG, LG, PATO. CG is central government or central government. LG is local government, so think your local municipality. PA is Port Authority, which is likely to be a public entity anyway. And you've got TO for terminal operations. And then there is that distribution of resources. Most of these have marine access being provided by the central government. Most are ports in China, perhaps with a slight difference there of Taipei in Taiwan. But when you come to the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, it's the local government that is mostly responsible for the marine access and port infrastructure. And then you've got terminal operators, which, depending on which ports you're looking at, but mostly Chinese, some of which is likely to be public companies. That's where funded by the Chinese government or initiated by the Chinese government. And when you come to South Africa, the marine access and port infrastructure, mostly, in fact, all of it is provided by the Port Authority. And then you've got the port superstructure, which is shared between TPT, a sister company of TNPA, and the private terminal operators. And then you've got something there, the land access infrastructure. It's provided mainly by the local government or the Department of Transport. And then you've got, yeah, that's just about it. That's what's interesting in terms of the institutional responsibilities. What the take away from the slide is that the central government seems to be very much involved in port operations and investment in the Asia Pacific region, and no less in China. But Hong Kong is an experimental part of China where, for many decades now, they've been experimenting with Western ideas, which if they would prove disastrous from their perspectives, that limits to Hong Kong and not extend to the rest of mainland China. And if they've been proven to work, that borrow the best practices and sort of apply them more broadly to the rest of the Chinese economy. And I suppose because of the size of China in terms of population and the geography, and also the length of its coastlines, it can afford to have those kinds of experimental experiments. But what you see is there was historically a relative closeness in terms of what they allow and what they disallow, but they were not closed to learning and experimenting with other ideas. Consequently, it has had a lot of success in standing currently as the leader in container hub ports developer and development, and also in terms of dominating ports around the world. And I dare say around the world, because more than 100 ports in 63 different countries are actually under the ownership of the Chinese economy. Politically, it can be seen as an antagonistic move, but in terms of the economic strategy, it's a great leap forward in terms of setting their global dominance in the maritime field for possibly centuries to come. And it is home to more shipping ports than any other countries, including 7 of the 10 busiest ports in the world. And over 80% of China's overseas ports right now, port terminals, are owned by the big 3. That's COSCO, which is China Ocean Shipping Company. And that's there's a China Merchants Group and also the CK Hutchison Holdings. And these first 2 are state-owned enterprises, while the CK Hutchison is a private company based in Hong Kong with close ties to mainland China. It's also the leading manufacturer of shipping equipment, producing 96% of the world's shipping containers, 80% of the world's ship-to-shore cranes, and receiving 48% of the world's shipbuilding orders in 2020. And China boasts the world's 2nd largest fleet of commercial shipping vessels. And it surpasses the US as the world's largest navy in terms of the total battle force ships, although that's neither here nor there. South Africa, on the other hand, we do not have a merchant marine ship. And we wonder, now Mickey highlighted something very important in terms of the skills shortages. It is quite a wonder, I must put that forward, that we have skills shortages in our very local ports and across all ports in the country, when our own seafarers are not readily getting sufficiently absorbed into the industry. As you know, I am with the DUT. We also raise seafarers who then get further training to go to sea as cadets. We are currently not getting a sufficient absorption to guarantee employment for every one of our graduates. And the question is why? When we obviously have a skills shortage in South Africa. It must be said that part of the larger problem is the fact that we do not have a merchant marine ship. And that is outrageous, considering that we are indeed a very, I'd say a leading maritime nation in Africa, and definitely a leading one in sub-Saharan Africa at least. So let's look at South Africa's port doctrine eventually. I'm sorry about that. So we tend to borrow tentatively from these port doctrines that we mentioned above. And consequently, we get confronted with conflicting objectives. Central government is heavily involved in ports under the Asian Port Doctrine, as you've seen, with the objective of aiding them to become hub ports and to eventually compete in the global environment. South Africa, however, TPT as a state-owned entity appears to compete against the private sector, not complement it. TNPA's 4 core design principles, and this is very important. in terms of our landlord and our ports authority. There are 4 core design principles for its cost structure. That is cost-based, much like the Anglo-Saxon doctrine. User pays, again, much like the Anglo-Saxon doctrines. Revenue requirement, which is not really, and competitiveness. Now, you may understand competitiveness perhaps as competition between ports for healthy operations, but as you know, we run a complementary system of ports. Maybe competitiveness with respect to our neighboring ports, like are we better competitors? Are we better at servicing vessels than Maputo, Walvis Bay, and them? But there are some key contradictions to these 4 core design principles. Our ports differ quite significantly in terms of structure and commodities that they handle and the markets they serve. But they are charged uniform tariffs. A container handled in the ports in Cape Town will be charged the same as a container handled in our Durban container terminal. But these face different kind of markets and different cost structures because of the operational environments they find themselves in. And that's in conflict then with the cost-based and user-based principle, this uniform tariff. Running the complementary system of ports clashes directly with cost-reflective pricing and inter-ports competition. We've already ruled out that our ports do not compete with each other, and there may be some merits to that if the governance were in to improve. Also, government's goal is to align TNPA as a parastatal with its national macroeconomic objectives for ports. And this decision anticipates an increase in the facilitation of administered port pricing, but TNPA wants to implement the user pays principle along with cost-reflective pricing. Currently, the revenue requirement methodology that is used in port pricing of South African ports is not really achieving that, the cost reflection. By definition, it is in conflict with the competitiveness as a core design principle because it does not only incentivize productivity or cost reduction. In fact, on the contrary, it may actually incentivize bloated capital costs and operating costs, as you may see with the graph that Mickey presented. In addition, TNPA wants to be a perfect landlord model, but currently TPT, its sister company, commands a lion's share in terms of terminal operations. Now, is it all bad news? I don't really think so. There is some good news because a complementary port system has its advantages if each port will indeed specialize, because that would then lead to more efficient allocation of resources and minimize the duplication of efforts. So if this is the way South Africa is heading, and it would not be a poor strategy if well coordinated and executed. And perhaps the move of the all, all the dry bulk products to the port of Richards Bay and the sharper focus on containerized cargo trade in Durban would actually aid in creating the foundations for a more cost-reflective pricing methodology. Now, this is what I'm talking about in terms of the market share. We're just comparing, 2 more minutes, sorry, I'm nearly done. We're just comparing 2 years here, the 2010 and 2016. What happened here is TPT has complete monopoly on the roll-on, roll-off stock, and also effective monopoly on containerized cargo. But in 2012, in terms of the other bulk, the dry bulk, the break bulk, it had 37% market share. That market share grew to 63%. Wait, sorry. Okay, so that market share grew. How am I reading this? Yes. It grew to 52%. while the private sector's market share was concurrently getting reduced. In the break bulk side of things, it had 78%. And in the containerized, it was 97%, and it was 98 in 2016. So you see there that it still commands quite a large market share in terms of the cargo operations. And the question is, how is it then? How is TNPA or Transnet actually contributing to the landlord function, the landlord functions of TNPA, if it will also be found to be in direct competition with the rest of the private sector? So this slide was also explained. I think I touched on it by saying that it incentivizes the bloated capital costs. And you can see a trend there in terms of the gray line of the actual spend in the capital expenditure, that there's been a consistent decline since the years 2015-16, and it has in no wise improved. Never in any of these years presented, maybe except for 2014-15, has TNPA actually met its targeted expenditure, while it is receiving all of that revenue as it has been requesting it through the revenue requirement methodology. So a primary takeaway is that we do not have a clearly defined port doctrine, but it doesn't prevent us from actually articulating it firsthand and then proffering a growth strategy for our ports and indeed our entire transport conglomerate. I don't know if there'll be a time for question, but I'm effectively done, and I'm sorry for going over time.
Ayanda, thank you so much. Can I say a thought-provoking presentation? I'm not going to comment on this, that referring to myself reminds me of that guy who said, for my entire life, I've been a comedian. I just didn't know it. So I'd rather would keep quiet. I think the guys would like to talk to you, during the panel discussion. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if I can get this PC to collaborate, we will have a look at our program. All right, so our next presenter then, still on the South Africa Port Doctrine, is Mr. Durban Moodley. He's the Commercial Business Strategy of Transnet Port Terminals. Thank you very much, Durban.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Durban Moodley from Transnet Port Terminals, talking to you from the port operator perspective. So I've got just five slides to share with you this morning. The 5 slides covers my research, which dives into specifically container terminal handling charges. So the previous speakers, Professor Chazomeris, spoke about macro level stuff, largely around the port operator, ports in general, port systems. Then Dr. Mayua dived into the port doctrines, and then he also touched on the port operator aspects. And my presentation then will dig a little bit deeper, but the lens is specifically on port container, port terminal operating tariffs. So 5 slides, an executive summary. For those of you that don't want to read the full presentation, if you read the one slide, you'll know what the findings were, what it entailed. I'll talk about the purpose, the research methodology, the literature review, what the findings were, what the findings from the research was, and conclusion and recommendations. So what was the purpose? The topic of pricing came up at one of TPT's EXCO strategic sessions. So it was an internally commissioned study to sort of put this into layman's terms, because there were multiple opinions on how TPT is priced in comparison to the rest of the world. So THC is defined as fees charged by terminal operators for services related to the handling of cargo. Outcomes of the study is to be used by our internal pricing team to facilitate discussions when they creating their pricing strategies for the future. So a key learning, there's limited pricing data out in the public domain, therefore making it rather challenging to do a very comprehensive benchmarking. As you can imagine, with the financial information and specifically pricing information, it's not something that's easily available out there, largely due to confidentiality and competition amongst businesses. So pricing structures, they differ geographically due to the varying cost of doing business, economic, regulatory environments, the location of ports, whether it's remote or central, easy accessible, the type of capital investment, and the competition within a port, country, or region. There were two prominent studies available, which is the Ports Regulators Comparator Study and the other study by NAMSA. Both of them cited issues with getting access to pricing data, and my experience was exactly the same. I then took a two-pronged approach, so look at some literature, see what are the common themes, and then also try and get my hands on some THC data, so we could do a simple comparison and see where we come out. So the factors I've touched on already, a few others that impact THC, your service levels, the type of cargo you handle, the labor costs, the investments, what is the makeup of the tariffs, what services are included and what are excluded, the operating methods, and then the size and scale of business. And also whether port systems are subsidized or not subsidized. Then the issue, the depreciation of the South African rand, effectively means that those paying in dollars, it actually makes it cheaper for them to transact in South African ports. The further weakening of the rand, it hides real costs to foreign companies and also provides them with some level of shielding. So the first bit of literature I looked at was the South African Ports Regulator. The graph looks at a comparison between Walvis Bay, our neighbors, and then also Dar es Salaam. And in this one, it shows South Africa is positioned fairly well, where they 32% below the sample average in terms of other African ports. Then we move on to the comparison of international terminals, and South Africa didn't come out well. The regulators' report shows that South Africa comes out at 79% higher. However, when I merged the data with our data set, in effect at the same ranking where South Africa, was not excessively priced. So hoping to meet some of the ports regulator colleagues in the room this morning. I don't know if you are present, but if you are, I'd like to have a discussion with you and take this forward. The NAMSA research that showed that South Africa was also below international averages. So some variances there with the literature that I reviewed. Then it brings us, there was some internal research. I know Willie was very instrumental in that as well, where they looked at data from 55 international ports. And there again, the Durban container terminal came out at 34% below the sample average. So some good news, some bad news. So I got my hands on some data from various regions, and I looked at, just randomly selected a few ports from multiple regions, mostly one per region across different countries. And my findings as follows. For dry containers, 20-foot, South Africa comes out at 35% below the sample average that I examined. For 40-foot containers, South Africa came out at 26% below the sample average. On reefer containers, a 20-foot came out at 25% below, and 40-foot reefers came out at 20%. So, in conclusion, ports regulator from an Africa comparison says South Africa is good. A global comparison, it says South Africa, we're bad. NAMSA says, yes, we're looking okay. Then the internal research done by our strategy department says we're also looking good. So what are the recommendations? Firstly, in order to get a deeper understanding, we need to understand the makeup of tariffs across different ports in the world. So what are the services and costs that are included in the THC and what are excluded? This will then, facilitate a more meaningful and accurate comparison. The point here is that comparing based on published tariffs is not always the full picture. One of the speakers, Dr. Meiwa, mentioned that if you've seen one port, it means you've seen one port. And likewise with the makeup of tariffs, they differ from port to port, from terminal operator to terminal operator. So this piece of work was just to get a benchmark, or not a benchmark, but it's rather the beginning as opposed to the end of a benchmarking exercise, a base to work with. But from what the data reviewed, what the data is showing, it shows that South Africa's container terminal handling charges are not way above the international averages. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Durban. So looking forward to this deeper level research project to obtain more information. And thank you very much for this information. All right, ladies and gents, we're progressing quite well. Good. So our next presenter then is Mr. Lance Pullen. He's from, is it Linenet? And Lance is going to talk to us about an analysis of waiting time and time on berth at Durban container terminals. Thank you, Lance.
Thank you very much, Harry, and thank you very much to the Transport Forum for inviting us here today. And thank you to the sponsors, Standard Bank and the Durban Chamber of Commerce. It's nice to come out to a physical meeting again. My name is Lance Pullen. I'm from a company called LinerNet, but I wear many different hats. Billy contacted me a little while back and he asked me to speak on some of the challenges of the Durban container terminals. I've been in the industry for quite a long time and I've got quite a big passion on data. So I think it worked quite nicely. Okay, so let's just get into it. A big thank you to all the previous presenters as well. Very insightful presentations and good context. Okay. So I'm going to start with a little bit of a shipping lesson, so I hope people don't mind. We'll get into what we call liner versus tramp shipping. I generally like to do quite an interactive session, but I know there's people online, so it makes it a bit difficult. But yeah, so let's start with what is the difference between liner and tramp shipping. So I've just put up a slide here showing the rotation of a container line service, which runs between South Africa and the US. So this is an example of a liner service, which is basically like a bus service where you have multiple vessels moving in a rotation or in a circle between multiple ports. What this means is you need to have fixed berthing windows in each port so that you know when you're going to arrive and you know when you're going to depart. So that's why Transnet has what's called a CTOC berthing window, which is a container terminal operating contract, and that will stipulate the arrival time and the departure time, and then it usually has a component that covers moves, number of moves, volume, moves per hour, that sort of thing. So liner shipping is very much how the container model works. Containers and ro-ros is on a liner basis, and then we have tramp shipping, which is a little bit different. It's more like a taxi service, or for the younger generation, Uber. Yeah, basically this is where you're not worried about the bus schedule. You're more concerned about, I need to go from one port to another port. And what happens with the vessel before and what happens with it afterwards is not a concern. So it's slightly different. And what that does mean is that it has an impact on waiting times. And as an example, liner shipping is very concerned around waiting times. I suppose tramp shipping as well, because you pay more for it. But it's a slightly different priority than with tramp shipping. But Billy asked me to only talk about container shipping today, otherwise I'll be here for 2 hours. Okay. So then we can look at things like days at anchorage, how long vessels are waiting in the liner system, days on berth, how long they're busy operating, combine that together to see is it commensurate across the board, and then look at things a little bit wider like total vessel calls, and then transit times as well. Okay. So if we start with days at anchorage, so this is some of the data that we take, and I think I love these laser pointers, especially with these cats around, but that's another time. Yeah, so if we look at the first graph, we can see that last year the blue is 2022, and the sort of orangey pink is 2023. So at the beginning of the year in January, there was a very big delay, and there was a hangover from the Transnet strike that we experienced in sort of November, December the previous year. And yeah, then it's basically come down quite dramatically since then. So that's a factor of generally shipping lines taking action to divert and change rotations, as well as the port catching up from that as well. And the second, the lower graph basically just shows on the various berths. So is there a differential between the various berths? As I said, this is only the container terminal, so in Durban, and it's not including the multi-purpose terminal. Multi-purpose terminal works on a first nominated, first served basis, so it's a little bit different. Okay, so we can see that for the most part, days at anchorage has been fairly consistent, except it has picked up in the last 2 months ahead of the seasonality for last year. AI fighting back. Okay. So it's well, it's average days. Okay, so we'll if we look on the side, it's probably just over 5 days. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it's relatively consistent. Sorry, next time I'll make it a bit bigger. Okay, there we go. Okay, no stress. Okay. Then if we, so now we're looking at days at, sorry, let's go to the next one, days on birth. So if we see in this graph, let's see, so it's all days on the left, if that makes it a bit easier. And then the top graph is on a month basis and the bottom graph is on a birth basis. So if we look at this, we can see for the most part, 2023 has been better, or has been less time on birth than 2022. So that looks like a good thing. And then we can see on the lower part here, the time on birth across all births is generally consistent or lower than the previous year. Okay. Then we combine that into form one picture to show across all births and time, and then waiting time and birth time. So we have one picture, and again, fairly consistent. Now, if we go down a layer, go a little bit more into detail, we look at the number of vessel calls and say, has the delays had an impact on the number of vessels that have called in the Durban container terminals? And for the most part, we can see it hasn't really. It's been relatively consistent. So that's telling us that the delays are not a major factor. These are essentially baked in to the system, or shipping lines have factored these in already. They have buffer time for it, and we'll see it more so in the next slides. Some interesting points to note out of this. We see, I think this is 106, sorry, that's 106, and we see the drop in 105 and 107. Those are two berths on Pier 1. And what this is telling us is that there are vessels that are too big to fit on 105 and 107 at the same time. So they have to be just at 106, which is the middle berth. So vessels are getting bigger, which is then having impact on the number of vessels calling and how Transnet has to deal with them. Because now you can't deploy all your cranes. There's the famous Z shape the Transnet has. You can't deploy all your cranes. So it does affect how you deploy your resources. So like what the professor said, when you've seen one port, you've only seen one port. Okay. And the same is actually true for DCT Pier 2, where we see 204 has picked up the slack from 203 and 205. So again, vessels are too big to fit, have one or 203, one or 205. We have to have one or 204. So it does change the dynamics of the port a bit as well. Okay. If we go then a layer deeper and we look at the transit times on some of the major services calling South Africa. So I've looked at exports primarily because I think that's the majority of the economy is based around exports. We can see, so the top graph is SAEX, which is South Africa Europe Consortium, which is primarily Maersk, ONE, and I think Hapag-Lloyd now. And then we look at the second one, which is the EM service, which is MSC. We can see that going down. This blue is Durban, Rotterdam. The darker blue is Durban to London Gateway. Then it's Bremerhaven or Hamburg, and then finally Algeciras or Las Palmas. So on the whole, transit times are decreasing. So despite all the delays and the waiting times and everything like that, ships are still getting to where they need to on time. So how is this possible? Creative planning, I think. Then if we go into the Far East services, the two main ones being the Safari at the top, and they share with CMA on Sharko Express, and then Ingwe being MSC on the bottom. I know there are a lot of other services, but I think these are just focusing on these two core ones. We can see how consistent the Safari service is. So guys from Asia or shipping to and from Asia, you've got a very good option here, and you can see again, transit times are consistently coming down. So delays at port, waiting time is not having as big an impact as people assume. Okay, so now how do we understand this data? How do we interpret it? How do we it's great to have pictures and everything. How do we take it down and say, let's use it and apply our minds to make better informed decisions? So the first thing we have to understand is data is layered. There's many layers to it. So often we look at the first picture and we go, that's 100% right. That I've got it, I've solved it. And then we go a step deeper and we realize we haven't actually solved it. We've just solved an element of that. We have to keep going down and keep going down and keep going down. Unfortunately, this is the human condition. We think we know things immediately, and then we realize once we get into it that we actually only know how little we know. So it's a bit of Dunning-Kruger effect. But okay, the next point is then to make often we make very good observations, but not necessarily the right conclusions. And again, we have to keep asking for more data, keep asking for more data. And then I think it's also good to have some interpretation from the industry. If we've got the industry experience and the industry knowledge and apply that to data, then we can make better informed decisions and better conclusions, and then better decisions to affect change. Yeah, and then when I say informed decision making, it's also very important that we have continuous review. It's all very well make a decision once and then 5 years go by and we say, oh, okay, now we need to make a new decision. We have the ability now to review things on a monthly, quarterly, annualized basis. So we need to be reviewing our decisions all the time. Okay, now how do we understand the impact of this? Firstly, there is higher costs to the shipping lines. As much as the shipping lines are good at getting back on schedule, it comes at a cost. They have to drive faster, basically. Fortunately, there's no speed limit on the open ocean, but it does just cost you more. So generally, daily charter rates are a big factor. So if a vessel is waiting for a long period of time, you're spending money that you're not getting a return on. I think there's a lot of people that are familiar with the transport or trucking industry, and unless the wheels are turning, you're not making money. It's that simple. So unless the vessel's moving, you're not making money. And just to highlight the numbers that we talk about in shipping, $18,150 excuse me, dollars a day. And this is actually a very cheap price. Normally, we're looking at about $25,000 a day. So when we start adding that up, it gets really expensive. Each vessel normally costs about $100 to $120 million. So when you have about between 6 and 8 in a service, you're looking at close to $1 billion just to have the vessels there. So it's mega money that is being referred to here when we talk about delays. Higher bunker costs, as I said, we do tend to put the hammer down sometimes when we're leaving South Africa, and that's to make up time in the schedule. And obviously, when the bunker price is higher, then you pay more for that. And the faster you go, the efficiencies change exponentially. And then a requirement for extra capacity. If vessels are delayed and there's bunching, what tends to happen is lines have to then either omit or they change the rotation. So they'll call ports in different sequences and different orders just to try to get things back on schedule. And it does require maybe an extra vessel. So you'll see things like an extra loader, or then slowly lines will introduce a new vessel. Like I said, $100 million per vessel, it gets expensive. But it's not always a bad thing. So like the market sometimes goes up and down, which is done now with shipping, and lines have got a whole lot of ships that they went out and chartered and bought. And now there's less demand in certain areas. So they have to redeploy those. So sometimes trades that actually aren't as efficient are good places to put extra vessels in. So it's not always a bad thing. And then there's vessel sizing impacts as well. So like we said, larger vessels are coming along, but then also, as I said, if it's $1 billion basically to run a service, not all lines have $1 billion lying around. So they'll partner and work together, and you'll have vessel sharing agreements. But then not everyone has exactly the same size vessel. So then you'll have vessels of different sizes. So sometimes there's always going to be some delays. A vessel at 6,000 TEUs versus a 5,000 TEU on the same service the 6,000 is going to take a bit longer to load and discharge than the 5,000. So there will be those anomalies up and down in pretty much all services. Okay. Other big impacts, obviously lost revenue for Transnet. We're trying to help Transnet make more money so they can charge us less. But no, the better SOEs do, then the less tax burden there is on all of us and the better the country does. So it's actually in our interest to help SOEs do better. But yeah, lost revenue. And unfortunately, the thing with shipping is once that vessel has sailed, especially liner shipping, once that vessel has sailed, it's gone forever. You can't store it and say, look, we'll save that voyage for later in the year. It's gone. So it's very time-based, very time-sensitive. And then finally, there's lost opportunities for exporters and importers. Shipping lines over time will then start pricing in all these additional costs, and then the freight rates tend to go up a bit. And it makes it harder for freight rates to come down despite what the market's doing. Shipping lines will then also pull services from certain ports. So for example, Safari used to call Durban and Port Elizabeth, and they dropped Port Elizabeth or Ngqura just to focus on Durban because of inefficiency. So it made it difficult for the Eastern Cape exporters to have a direct connection to Asia. But market dynamics change, and then there will be things come along, maybe vessel prices get cheaper or bunker prices go down, and suddenly it does make it attractive again. So things do change, not always on the terminal, but yeah, basically then it limits the opportunities for importers and exporters, and we don't want to have that. We see that very much with our competition ports in Walvis Bay and Maputo, where they don't have the same level of connectivity that South Africa does have. And what that tends to do is force cargo to South African ports, because if you miss one service, you can flick it onto another service. So you've got a lot of options. So having a lot of options is very good to make us competitive in the global market. Okay. Any other questions? Want to know more? Please do visit our website. Otherwise, I'm going to be around for some questions later. Hopefully not too difficult. But thanks, everyone, and hopefully you got us back on time.
Thank you so much, Lance. Really appreciate this. Clearly, one needs to see all the layers and understand all the layers. Thank you very much for this great presentation. As far as I understand, we have to do a little bit of technology challenge here. Just get the program up here. So next presenter is then Mr. Justice Matarutse. He's a Program Manager, Innovation, eThekwini Municipality, Economic Development Unit, and he's going to talk about the eThekwini Port City. Thank you very much, Justice. Let's try and do this trick here. You don't need to be on Zoom. I don't need to be. Okay. You can just share slide as a user presentation. You can jump out of Zoom. Just share your slide as well. All right. Taking the web feed from HTML. Should be there. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My apologies for coming here a bit later. I've been following the proceedings via Zoom from the office, but I had to do some work there and then come here. So, really named this presentation for me, really. And I saw it on the program already. So I had the task of trying to kind of make sense of it all. But essentially, the presentation I'm going to give is perhaps a view of the port economy and our port city, which normally is not really common amongst the industry experts in the room, right? So this is a city view from outside the harbor, because obviously Transnet keeps us, outside that fence. But to talk about how that economy within is really interacting with us, and most importantly, to also communicate some of the risks that really are at our doorstep now, or we really need deep in it really than at our doorstep, emanating from our environment and that are impacting the port. So I'll start with an overview of kind of how Durban is in terms of the economy and what we're looking at. And what we're looking at now is just our introduction for where South Africa sits economically in terms of a forecasted kind of view. So we're looking at perhaps on this side of the chart, if you can see, and South Africa is the bold one in red. At the bottom, yes, sir. So for you, I know you can have trouble. Our zero line is right here, where my red dot is. And these are our percentage GDP growth expectations. So we've been underperforming historically, but now we focused it to really underperform into the future as well. So this is just to set the scene in terms of our expectations for the future and where we rank with other economies that we compare ourselves to. So Nigeria and Egypt forecasted to have a performance better than us. You know, the emerging, developing Asia also better. Emerging, you know, developing, you know, economies, the ASEAN 5, we're only going to do as bad as the major advanced economies, right? Which is really bad for a developing economy to be having those kinds of growth rates, because ideally we should be doubling or tripling those rates. So it is really a constrained environment for the country. And I really want to start here because the city's economic strategy, since we did the revision of it, was focusing on tradable goods or developing industry where the goods could be sold elsewhere, essentially, because we know that our economy is not able to fully absorb that. And cities are different. So just talking about port cities, I just want to go through a slide, you know, a few slides showing how different South African cities are, you know, because we have to live in this environment that is going to be constrained. So what we have are maps of our cities, our metros. We've got Cape Town, Johannesburg, Durban. The next slide, we have Bloemfontein and Ekurhuleni. What we have here, so we can interpret this map, we have color-coded industry sectors in these colors, manufacturing in red, financial services, wholesale. What we did is, this is part of our project with National Treasury, where we are taking the IRP5 tax data, customs data, VAT data, IT3, ITR12, you know, tax submissions, meaning for everybody in this room, if you are getting an IRP5 at work at some point, you are part of this data set. Now, we can isolate using the addresses of where people are working to understand for every about 3.7 square kilometers, which is every one of these hexagons, who is the dominant employer or which industry is employing the most people. It's very important if an area is changing, for example, from a purple wholesale and retail trade to manufacturing. For the city, it means we can expect more heavy vehicles in that area, impacts in terms of roads, impacts in terms of other social aspects, and possibly in the future, we have to have infrastructure interventions in that area. So it's important we track this. But when you visualize it, it also clearly shows you how cities within just South Africa are different in their specializations. The city of Cape Town, you can see quite a lot of purple there and green, specializing in wholesale and retail trade. At the last assessment we did, I think the wholesale and retail trade sector in Cape Town is twice as productive as eThekwini's at a gross value added per capita comparison. So you can see that, you know, it's not just they employ the most people within that sector, but they are twice as efficient with their operations in that sector. So you can see the wholesale and retail trade successes of the city of Cape Town in the brands that you know. Johannesburg, financial and professional business services is the main dominant thing. That's our green area here. So in every one of these hexagons, the dominant work being carried out by people is within that sector. At eThekwini, we are also financial and professional services, right? Our top thing is not manufacturing. It's not wholesale and retail trade. It's definitely not transport and storage. And when you look at the dominant transport employment per area in terms of concentration, it's actually around the airport, right? So it is dispersed around here. So these are differences in city makeups. Bloemfontein, very different now. You can see Bloemfontein community and social services. It's a very different city. What people wake up to do there is very different. That and agriculture. And then Ekurhuleni, we can see our black dots there, areas around OR Tambo in the Aerotropolis. We can see the manufacturing sector, which is taking advantage of, of that. So the main point is our cities are very different. Our city as eThekwini is very different from other cities, the port city. And we really have to work at it in terms of pushing the advantages we have with the city and trying to push those going forward. And these advantages are that we are the gateway to Africa. I hope that's how we perceive ourselves. And possibly at the gateway to taking advantage of the continental free trade area. But that said, if we now look at, okay, where are the job opportunities in eThekwini? You are right, colleagues. I think we have to focus the projectors here a little bit. It is faded. What we're looking at here, and I can see that these numbers are not clear, is we're looking at business establishments or the number of firms in the different metros. So these are firms, data that is coming out of CIPC in terms of registrations that are still providing annual reports. Can somebody count which rank eThekwini is in the country in terms of how many businesses it has in the municipality? Declared ones, right? So I know, some people, there's a lot of stuff going on, but we are looking at tax records. So we are getting this data from tax records. So it's very important to actually highlight that fact that these are formal establishments. We're not looking at the informal economy or unregistered activity. Even if, let's say, you have a registered business, but now you're out of the reporting cycles, you can be out of this data set. The key thing is we have a concentration of economic activity along our transport corridors, N2, N3, which is the main thing that everybody is really aware of. But it seems to us, at least in the city, because I know in this room, the port is the most important piece of infrastructure in eThekwini. But you will be surprised that in different spaces, not everyone really understands that importance. And also, it really hasn't been quantified to some extent how much really the port is contributing. And so what we did was we came up with some novel ways to research this. And we managed to come up with kind of a view of which wards in eThekwini are contributing what to the eThekwini economy. So we can rank all of this. So I don't know who would have a guess here of which one was the top ward. I don't know, colleagues, if you can see. I'm trying to do some technology here, but it's not working for me. So right here is our Ward 32, which is the port. The dominant land uses are industrial, the dominant business activity is manufacturing. but we had to actually start looking at this way in the city in terms of our research and what we thought was the lay of the land in eThekwini. And so you start to see the importance of the harbor from this. If you go down a little bit, you see Ward 90 Prospecton area is one of the most important areas economically within eThekwini as well. And you can see also, from Tonga to, the Gateway or Umhlanga area, also areas which perhaps were not that important in the past, like in Kato Ridge, where there's also quite significant economic activity. So what this map really shows us is that distribution of economic activity across the city. And how we analyzed this was we made use of some satellite data in looking at what's happening on the ground, business registration data. So looking at where businesses are located in the city, we have a database of GPS coordinates of businesses, about 30,000 businesses across the city. We also have the valuation role. So we know the value of property and what that property is used for all across the city. So this work is looking at an intersection of all of that, looking at land uses, looking at the business uses in the area, and looking at satellite data for all the areas across the city. So I just wanted to start here and reiterate how important that port environment is, and to also solidify the fact that the port is really that space where we need to focus on. Now, in terms of how we've been performing as a city, eThekwini actually is now starting to kind of outperform the South African economy. So if you look at 2022, eThekwini's growth was 1.3% versus South Africa's 1.2. Nonetheless, this is still below, global growth. Our projections are that we will underperform. We are working with colleagues at UKZN. There's a macroeconomics research unit, and we recently established a business confidence index with them. Colleagues at eThekwini are starting to call it a bad news index because it's just telling us, that business is not happy with what's happening in the state of the city and the state of services. But this is what we are doing within our unit to try and understand what's going on. The key trend here is that the national indicators are painting really a bad story about consumer confidence, business confidence, as well as in terms of the forward-looking information on the price indices. This is rising again. For colleagues that remember, around 2021, even earlier, in the monetary policy forums, there was talk about a 4.5% interest rate target now, at that point. Or right now, we're really way back around 7.4%. Those of you who worked with employers who targeted that 4.5 for their increases in salaries probably were not happy when this happened. I'm part of that crew. But, this is just to say we are really working in a constrained environment, but we've got to realize that the port is the bread and butter of the city. The shopping mall, that is our Checkers, or, the main tenant that's there. Now, some of the top drivers for the economy, the finance sector is actually one of the key drivers within eThekwini, but this is on the back of maritime activity or transactions that are happening there. Second from that, and we're looking at our data from 2022, is the transport sector. So there is no denying it, so that the transport sector really is the backbone of the city. More needs to be done to be supporting activities that are happening there. And when you look at the drivers of growth, last year, this really was what was driving the economy in the city. Of course, there are some sectors where things haven't gone so well, but these are some of the numbers recently that we've been looking at in terms of travel. We improving on that in terms of international travel as well as domestic travel. In terms of throughput in the port, colleagues here will correct me, but it looks like we've had better days, although there is recovery, that is happening. In terms of employment, the truth is we do report positive employment growth right now, but we've been on a downward trend since 2018. So we're really working to catch up to all the growth that we had by 2018 that was wiped away by COVID-19, further wiped away by the unrest and the flooding and so forth. So while we're adding jobs in recent days, it's really not the same picture that we've been looking at. So these are big challenges within the port economy. Now, we've been doing quite a good job of attracting investment, but I think anybody who's aware of the dynamics around eThekwini will know that is the most challenging job. I'm glad I've got Mr. Russell Curtis, who heads up Invest Durban, and he can expand more on just how challenging it has been to attract investment into the city, into the port city and the gateway to Africa, really, amongst social unrest, amongst flooding, amongst the prime industrial land, really, in the South Durban Basin, having contentious issues in terms of insurance and other things, and safety as well. So it's quite a challenge, but that said, we've been approving record numbers of building plans across the city. So there is investment that is coming in. The city is also offering significant amounts of incentives, economic incentives for brownfields and greenfield developments all across. So those of you who would have seen from township areas, I don't know if there's anybody in this room who doesn't like, the KFC or, that chili salt spice, or the, what's the other place like KFC? Chicken Licken with their extra salted chicken. We are giving incentives to the manufacturers of these spices, right? Your key FMCG, this is in Amanzim Toti. I will just name one, Amapele Pele, one of the investments that have been happening. Those who like chicken dust, those are spices, that are being supported by eThekwini municipality, to bring jobs and developments across the city. So within this space, I just want colleagues to also understand that you could add to these numbers for us, investing in the city, getting incentives, and there's really attractive rebates that will be offered for brownfield and greenfield. Office vacancies, though, are not showing good trends. What we've seen with vacancies is that we are struggling with the CBD, but the Umhlanga area has been doing much better. If you compare Umhlanga and CBD, the vacancy rate Umhlanga is less than half of what it is in the CBD. So there's a big push across the city to relocate for business. It's a much better environment, and a lot of work is needed to revitalize the inner city. What you can see also is other areas are quite attractive. Hillcrest, Gillets, the vacancy rates are extremely low, 3.5%. So almost fully taken up within those areas. And you can also see quite a lot of investments within the office building space on the periphery of the CBD. So your Essenwood areas, Morningside areas, and surrounds. Now, continuing with this kind of look at that eThekwini economy and what is going on, is we're number 5 in business registrations in the country. I know some people thought maybe eThekwini is like number 2 in South Africa or number 3, but we are number 5, right? So we really have to understand and have strategies to address that. And one of the key issues we actually struggle in is new business activity. So we're subtracting existing businesses and only counting new businesses that are registered that year. And we also have the address of where this business is, so we can track where the business is actually located, or at least the address that they are using. What you will see is we still have the same pattern, almost like a T distribution here, with a bias obviously around Umhlanga, but with key things that we can see. The township areas actually, in some cases, are showing negative numbers, meaning there are more closures of businesses than openings of businesses within these areas. So this is one of the key, challenges the city is trying to work on. You will see that the city has a lot of investment drive within these areas. And I mention this because issues like social unrest and all of this are born within environments where there's a lot of unemployment and a lot of frustration with what's happening within the space. So we've all got to think about how we can participate in terms of business establishments within township areas, things that work and are giving decent jobs. Now, coming back to my first point about our economic strategy as a city and the tradable goods sector, is also this view, which perhaps, I am in a professional setting, most people are not aware of this view. I don't know if is there anybody in this room who's earning less than 6,400 Rand a month? Let me tell you something. Of the people who are formally employed across eThekwini, about 50%, half of eThekwini is earning that or less a month. Right. So this is also a reality check. Of course, this is the formal data. I don't know what's happening in the informal sector, if there's more money, if I'm not declaring, but it's a reality check about really the status quo around our port city. So while the port is this high value, multi-billion Rand environment with a lot of activity going on, it is an oasis, in a desert of low income, livelihoods and a lot of poverty. So we shouldn't be surprised when there's a lot of frustration really going on around, and we all have to kind of find ways to come in there. Now, it's also important to highlight, I don't know, maybe some of you during your first jobs, I know some colleagues from the university and some I'm seeing I know here. There was a time when we were earning so little, right, that there was no tax on the payslip. You were just taking everything home. 50% of people in eThekwini don't even have to get taxed, right? 6.4, you put that through a year, it's less than the 96,000 tax threshold. So they're also not able to actually contribute into that purse. So this is very important for us to understand, because on the city side, it means these households are probably not living in households that are expensive enough for us to rate them. And this is where we have no rates, a lot of our free basic electricity and water services going in. So it's a large population, which is a big demand on our resources as a city, which we have to pay for upfront, right? We have to pay Eskom and Umgeni Water upfront for all of that. And also, you can kind of start to understand why we have the prevalence of informal settlements across the city. For those in the Durban South Basin, there are informal settlements there that are around all of the factories. Those who are at Westmead, there are informal settlements there around Westmead. Those who are by Umhlanga, by Blackburn, there are informal settlements there. There will always be this pull towards, areas where there's economic activity for as long as there's such a large population which really needs this. Now, I want to just break this down a little bit more. And that's why I brought my computer here, is just so I can show you guys some of that stuff. So this is the work we do we have an industry support team. Some of you will be familiar with the colleagues. Some of you are also familiar with the eThekwini Maritime Cluster. Now, we're looking at the Maritime Cluster as defined by our colleagues at the Maritime Cluster in terms of what business activities do people within that field do. So this is including the port, it's including the logistics guys, and we can kind of read through here to look at the types of activities that are included. And this is official data from SARS, where we said we are taking that information. So you can see that the largest employer in eThekwini in terms of the maritime space is the freight transport by road. So congrats to my colleagues from SAF, from harbor carriers, for contributing really strongly within this space. Then we've also got freight rail transport, other transport. Then we also have our warehousing and storage activities. We're able to really zone in on each and every one of these, but we can also compare in terms of the entire cluster or suite of activities, business activities happening. The city of Joburg actually has the most employment within this space. For them, but by how much it's so significant, because when we think of Joburg, we think of Joburg and Ekurhuleni, right? But actually Ekurhuleni, that's where OR Tambo is, it's not in Joburg. So on this chart, imagine if we would add Ekurhuleni and the city of Joburg together, they would be way ahead of eThekwini, probably threefold. So I think there's room on the table for us to keep growing this maritime sector, to also make use of our natural advantages, which is having a natural harbor and being almost a gateway to Africa. I would like to assume that if you were shipping anything to Africa, the best place to do it from is from eThekwini. So that's the kind of thing that we have to kind of sell. And if we check in terms of where these activities are concentrated in eThekwini, this is still the same, meaning the Durban South Basin is a key corridor for us. Warehousing and storage, I'm highlighting this sector for warehousing and storage to indicate the fact that eThekwini is the top employer within this sub-business activity in the whole country. Right, so there are places where we have to do well, but we're not going to succeed in warehousing and storage that much if unrest is a constant thing that is happening in the city. I think people will prefer to stage their products elsewhere if that keeps happening. Other areas where perhaps we should be doing well in terms of boat building and the likes, we're doing okay, building of ships and floating structures. We can see we've actually got a lot of these activities that are taking place around Cato Ridge and around the harbor. And we also have the highest employment within this subsector, better than the city of Cape Town. Once again, colleagues, we'll be able to share this, but this is so important for us just to showcase how the different subsectors within the economy are doing. In terms of your freight transport by road, we can clearly see in terms of the growth that they have been growing since 2014. We're looking at 5% growth in terms of jobs. In terms of incomes, I can see why people have to ask what is showing up on the projector. We're looking at starting around 12,000 at the bottom here. And where we are at the top currently in terms of the median incomes within the transport is around 13,500 a month. And the median income is the person standing in the middle, if we were to line everybody up by salaries. Now, an interesting thing, which is just a testament of how strong the sector is if we look at the income profile, which is over here, and I know this can be difficult to look at, where my mouse is right now is the 6,400 Rand mark. So it gets lower going up. The maritime sector actually pays significantly above the tax threshold and above the average income in eThekwini. So there are decent jobs within this sector. And this is one of the key things that I wanted to really mention about the maritime sector. Let me not focus too much on this because of the quality of the visuals. Now, I want to talk about some of the risks that we all have to face up to within eThekwini. And the first thing is the floods. This is really a key thing. And why is it the floods? Because the proximity they have, in terms of the harbor. The floodplain areas empty out really into the harbor or channels that are feeding the harbor. Second, the Durban South Basin, which is a large manufacturing hub of the city, is at risk of flooding. And we know some businesses are struggling now with insurance because of that. On top of it, city is also struggling in terms of the right finance packages from national to support rebuilding in those areas. Now, what's at risk in that area? We're looking at about over 1,000 properties that are formally inside the 100-year floodplain. And why is the 100-year floodplain important? The previous flooding we had in April 2022, in terms of the flow rates of the flood waters, was very close to a 1 in a 100-year flood happening. So this could be something that's going to come back to us. How many properties squarely within this? About 2,800 properties. The value from our valuation roll that is at risk, and this value would have increased already by now, about 7 billion rands at risk within these areas, and about $500 million annual income to the city, but this is estimated at 2020 rates. So you know how much rates have increased since 2020. So we're probably closer to $1 billion now in terms of the income to the city at risk sitting within these floodplain areas. And we're talking about from Springfield, right? Springfield Flats, Prospecton, Peter Road, Bayhead, Ubongitwini, Clarewood, Rossborough, quite a lot of areas. So it's not like it's secluded in like the south of Durban or in the west of Durban. It goes all the way up to the north. Which sectors? Manufacturing, wholesale, and retail trade. These are guys who are already there. One of the most heartbreaking things was visiting after the floods, understanding that a supplier in the south had an order from Norway worth a lot. They completed half the order, put the finished product in their warehouse. The floods swept the product right outside the premises to next door. It was completely ruined. Not to mention that their machinery was completely ruined. On top of it, they had orders on multiple containers that were inbound to eThekwini to finish the order. So they've got all their money invested in this and they have no factory to start working from. So this is kind of the situations that we had to work with there. What does all of this mean? It means that eThekwini is now under pressure because a lot of these guys, when they're looking to relocate, they may find themselves perhaps in Isitebe, outside of our municipal boundaries. They may find themselves in other cities altogether, as such some of the trends that we are starting to notice now. And, the second thing, and this was touched on earlier, before I came to this meeting, somebody was speaking about what happened during the unrest. I think there was a presenter from Busa, yes. So we did, some of you would have gotten emails from me. Some of you would have replied in a very harsh way to that email. But, we understand it's frustrating getting an email from government, We surveyed 720 respondents when the unrest happened. We wanted to understand what had happened, how, and what do they need from us to respond. The most, disturbing thing is wholesale and retail trade and manufacturing were really targets, of this, which is the bread and butter of the economy. And as you can see on the map, this really took place all over the city. It's not like it was focused in one area. We're looking at over 40,000 jobs that were impacted just from the people we surveyed, right? Over 7,000 jobs confirmed to be lost from just that activity. Over 2 billion in damage to property, a lot of damage to machinery and equipment. I think the real numbers are way higher. Stock lost to looting, just from the people we surveyed, over 1 billion And this is at first value. But one of the key things we learned was actually that, there was like a timeline to this. I don't know if this is clear to you, but at the bottom, we've got the day in July. So from the 5th of July to the 20th, and we've got the number of businesses that were impacted by the unrest. So we're plotting here how many were impacted on what day. And what you can see is actually there is a gentle rise in these cases happening and a gentle decline. Question being, which is how we were now looking at it internally, what could we have done to intervene maybe on the 9th, on the 8th? Was there no information about what was going on? So we got quite a lot of information, which we shared with our public order policing and Metro Police, and I think it got shared onwards. But this is what we were looking at. Now, who was affected? The main ones are the retail centers and malls. That was really the top thing. Even high-rise buildings, dwellings under 3 floors, factories, warehouses, even informal traders and informal settlements. So this is something that took place all across the city and really affected, everyone who was within that space. Now, the worst thing is what we're looking at here. We asked our businesses how much time do they need to reopen after the unrest impact. So we've got the number of months needed to reopen at the bottom in the proportion of businesses that we think, would be open at that stage. So you can see about 20 to 30%, really within 2-3 months. But the thing is, even up to 10 months, we still had some businesses that were not there. Even if we go to 6 months, we still, on the other end of this chart, we see actually quite a lot of businesses who are still needing that time to reopen. The point here is we can have an unrest over one weekend, but to recover from that unrest is going to take more than half a year. So, this is just really one of those things where if it takes us more than half a year to recover from unrest, and you have to think, you add the flooding on top of that, and you add all the other issues on top of that, then you calculate how many lost man hours do we have across the city? What is the lost production across the city? And what's the long-term impact in terms of our performance as a city? So I think we've got a lot more to do, a whole lot more cohesion to work on as a port city to really fully capture this opportunity. But the key thing is, I think if we are focusing mainly, as we've seen in this meeting, putting data first and understanding really what's happening within our different environments, sharing the data is important. We know when people have data they're at the top of the mountain, you must come to them, but you're never gonna touch that data, if you need it. So we have to be collaborative in those approaches. And really the big ask for me is we've got to break down barriers and silos we have between how the port is operating and its stakeholders and how the municipality is operating and its stakeholders. I think I've been involved from the chamber at the Durban Chamber of Commerce with the Durban Port Committee. I think now is the Port Forum. So I've kind of seen how there's been really a progressive, movement towards understanding the activities and coming to solutions. But I know since then, it's always been not that much involvement from the municipality. So this is something where I would like to ask colleagues within the different industry establishments that are making up the value chain of port users to try and make sure that you've got city people understanding really what's going on and where interventions need to be. From the city, we've got various departments. The more appropriate ones, which I always see involved, are the eThekwini Transport Authority, because of the influence they have on the road networks and potential collaboration and projects. But I think there's much more that can happen outside of just the Transport Authority, being involved. So that's just one of the big asks. that I've got for us today, that, we've got to be more deliberate about how we are intervening within the port economy. Second is we have a platform where we are sharing data. So the information that we've been presenting, which is text information, so text data, we've got this data set for the entire country. We have it for all the standard industrial classifications from, I think, 2014 up to 2022. It's a data set that will upload and maintain annually up until 2030. We've got the funding for that. We've tried to reach out to UKZN, so I'll reach out to Prof. Mickey, if it's okay to call you that. That, we've got the vast array of the text data across all sectors, and we would like to share that with you. Ideally, if it can be used by your students in their research, you could always then share those outcomes with us and we can learn from it. Same thing goes for the different industry associations and groupings. Because the data is coming from SARS, we've got business data as well within it. We can change the manner in which we are requesting for the data to be processed. So let's engage on how we can give you that data and how you can make use of it for your strategic planning. Ideally, it's not like a daily use case kind of data set, but this is something we're very serious about. eThekwini has pushed significantly the National Treasury to implement a national project of this nature. And our hope is to see that the data really flows into the private sector space and is used to develop the economy of the city. Please visit economy.edge.durban. You can see some highlights of what we have. You could just email one of the email addresses you find there. The email address is edge@durban.gov.za. We can share with you the complete South Africa data set. And we're talking about, for all the metros, every 3.7 square kilometers, you have a data point telling you how many people are employed, which industry sectors, subsectors, up to a 5-digit level. We also have a lot of other proprietary internal administrative city data that we are making available to the public through the same portals. So please visit that platform and we'll be able to share a lot of this information with you. So colleagues, thank you so much for the invite. I'm really supportive of everything that is happening within this forum, and I hope I can be part of the port committee at some point in the future. Barry, please invite me. Huh? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Justice. I think this is where we can say this is the practical side of data. And hopefully our signal is coming through there on your side. Ladies and gents, what we're going to do now is we're going to do a panel discussion, questions and answer session. We're blessed in having many panelists here, so we'll have to split it up. A few of them sitting this side and a few of them sitting this side, and having the cameras focusing on them so the online people also can see them. You'll be given opportunity to ask questions to the panelists. And Tyson, hopefully you're still online. So Tyson will also be available should you have a question for Business Unity. And that's it. So we're going to set up the panel quickly, so please don't run away. We'll have a short panel discussion. Thereafter, we'll have a lucky draw. You might be the winner of the lucky draw. And then we're going to have the lunch sponsored by Standard Bank. So let's just set up quickly. Can I have all our panelists of this morning to come to the front so that we see how many we have left and that we can have you seated. Thank you. So we can please have all the panelists to the front, please.
Okay, who's missing? Justice. Mickey.
Test 1, 2.
Ah. All right, I think just a couple of times when the guys were speaking, I actually got tears in my eyes. No, I'm serious. I think just the brilliance of the presenters and the quality of the presentations, guys, really well done. I think we're so blessed to have the level of thinking and understanding in this province and today in this room, and Kionite, the honorary province member. No, I think it's just so I started off by saying the intention is to just to lift the level of discussion and to bring facts and figures and to say, okay, let's have a look at what is happening, what is it that's out there, and I trust you guys got the gist of that. So I think it's open to the floor, open to you guys. What's the questions? What's the things that came to mind? And I know there's a lot of pressing questions, probably from outside discussions today as well. But you guys are welcome. It's open floor, forum. Let's get some. What was the thoughts that came up in your mind while the guys were presenting, and use the opportunity while they're all here to tap into their brains a little bit further. Gonna start at the back there. What a, how do you got a roving mic, or how you do that? Oh, okay, cool.
Afternoon, everybody. I've got two questions, one for Justice and one for Prof. Justice, I hear you were saying that most of your information with regard to the business registrations, you're taking it from the CIPC and also from SARS. It's just, I don't know whether I should say it's a comment or a question, but most of the people who would register their businesses, so if you are to follow the CIPC information of the number of businesses that have been registered, they would register, but they would put them underneath their bid. So it becomes a dormant business. Coming to the SARS issue, when people are doing their, especially those who are still using the CCs, the close corporations, not the PTYs, those ones, most of them, what I've picked up is that they do not declare correct returns to SARS. They would, because they are able to get away with the zero returns declaration. So your information would have some conflict somewhere around the line. So and also with regard to the township economy, most of the township economy, I'm not being xenophobic, please hear me out. Most of the township economy, it's taken by foreign nationals. In that, it's an informal business. I'm talking from experience with regard to those who are selling clothes and other utilities that they are sending out to their countries. They buy from Durban, but they go through the transport, through our trackings, they go out of the country. And some of them are not even declared at the border. So SARS is also missing on those custom clearance. So we need to review the information on that. And for you, Prof, my question to you is, have you sat down or maybe tried to come together with the education departments, both higher education and the basic education? I'm saying this because I'm asking a question based on the fact that you're saying we have a challenge of a shortage of skills. Is it not possible that maybe you set up a meeting and see if you cannot start at the grade 8 so that you can encourage that type of skill through the Department of Education? And also our education system need to be changed so that people will be able to access more information instead of the one that has been that is standard and is just like you're wearing your horse left. Thank you.
Thank you. Buddy, there's Warwick on this side, if you just want to help with the mic. Thanks, man. For the guys online.
Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Warwick Lord and I'm involved with the Inland Port at Cater Ridge. My question is to Justice. I was very fascinated by the fact that you put on the port as a strategic imperative for the city. However, in all of the previous marketing and documentation, it seems like the Erythropolis has been pushed in almost like a mimic of Ekurhuleni. And I'm a little bit confused by that because we have this amazing port asset. And to me, we should be putting our energy behind that as opposed to the airport as well. So that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. One more at the back there before we go to the panelists. Barin. Thanks.
Good morning. And really, I just want to echo what you said. I think every single presentation was exceptional, absolutely exceptional. Thank you very much. My question really goes to perhaps Janita can answer it, and I'm hoping some people on the floor. We are really in a crisis situation. I sat with Janita in a meeting last week and I let my heart out on it. And the question I have is, what has led to this crisis? Why I ask it is we need to know where we're going. We need to know where we've come from. Then I want to make a statement on the back of that is that I think a large part of that, and I have to be honest about it, lies in the deterioration of transit, because transit underpins our country's logistics in just about every aspect. We talk about the presentation from the National Port Authority. There's a lot of concerning data that came into that. Transit port terminals, their dominance in the operations of ports is highly concerning for me, particularly around their performance. The rail aspect, which has deteriorated quite significantly, putting a lot of pressure on roads. Transit to me is the fundamental core of addressing the crisis that we're faced with now. Go back 10 or 15 years and look at transit. Let's look at what transit is now, a completely different organization. So I put that question out there is what caused the crisis, let's identify it and let's make sure we understand where it comes from so that we know where we're going to sort of crisis out. Thank you.
Thanks, Mitchell. Okay, I think let's get to the panel, Barry, if you can bring the mic to the front. And I think we can start with you, Prof. Mickey, and then to Justice, and then over to you, Anita.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for that interesting question. Yes, my understanding is there have been initiatives to try and promote an awareness of the maritime sector, and they have gone down to the school level. For several years now, they've been offering maritime studies at New Forest High School, and they've expanded that to Jacob Zuma High School and several other high schools around KwaZulu-Natal, offering maritime studies as a module going all the way through to matric. And so this is increasing awareness of the maritime sector. I don't know if it's the right forum to share this, but I do have some concern though, because many people that have come into the maritime sector and are currently active in the maritime sector didn't necessarily hear about it at school. They went through the university, they went through school, they got their maths and science, they got into university, then they went into the other degrees in engineering or whatever it may be, and then they were attracted or found opportunity in the maritime sector. I have a concern that I don't want to see the matric watered down in any way. I understand maritime studies is very important, but maths and science and all these basics, English, etc., that we need are very important to get into university, to get the degrees and the qualifications in order to actually serve effectively in the maritime sector. So there is a role for maritime studies at school, but I do have that concern that we keep up the standards and we make sure that we can actually graduate the kind of people that can make a contribution to the maritime sector. Now, we do have opportunities. DUT, I don't know if you want to speak about your offerings at DUT, I'll hand over to you, but also at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. We offer a postgraduate diploma in maritime studies, a Master of Commerce in maritime studies, and we've had people graduate with a PhD in maritime studies. So at a higher degrees level, there is maritime studies, but not only through the maritime studies unit, even other business schools like myself. I'm at the business school since 2007, and I've been supervising masters and PhD students who have focused on the maritime sector. Many of them have come from the maritime sector as well, but not all. So there are opportunities, but in terms of seafaring and all the rest, I'm going to hand over to my colleague Ayanda to speak to that.
Thank you, Mickey. Just to add to what the professor has said, excuse me for my hoarse voice. I've been recovering from a flu. I promise you, it's normally much sweeter than this. But yeah, one thing you must, perhaps you're already aware of it, is that the maritime studies curriculum at a high school level is very little different to the generic economics and business studies. They just sort of add as an appendage the maritime jargon, which is a little bit of a danger, such that when you come to institutions where seafarers firstly are trained, like DUT, they don't require maritime studies as an entry requirement into the logistics program and also into the nautical studies program. They require math and physics, which is what Mickey was talking about. Those are very important disciplines in order to fly a plane, to board a ship, or in order to be a ship master, which is where the skill shortage primarily is in South African ports. So pilots and tug masters are not necessarily people who studied maritime studies. It's enough that they are aware of it at high school level, but beyond that, what really counts is these two hard sciences, the math, the physics.
Thanks, Justice.
Thank you. Hey, your first one was right into the data and what we are doing to end up with the right figures. It's not something that has been as simple as just downloading data from CIPC and seeing who is annual returns. So we have thought about that, and we are at a stage really where we can find an employee like yourself and follow your whole career from when you started paying tax, where you worked, which postal codes you were reporting at. So what we actually do to track companies is we have just an indicator from CIPC, but we track companies using the employees, because the IRP5 is reported on, it will have that registration. So we don't say, are the companies reporting that they are doing well financially? Is the company maintaining a UIF record for the employee? Is there? So that's why we have IRP5 data, even for people who are earning under 1,000 Rand a month. We just collected. But we also have quite a lot we do. There's actually a whole presentation where we discuss the methodology of this, and the methodology document of that data set is 200 pages long, just to talk about how we are extracting the variables from the SARS data center into our data center, which is at National Treasury, and then how we pull that back here. So I'm just saying that there are multiple sources which we have to cross-reference. So from CIPC to the IRP5 data to UIF data until we now know that, okay, this is a valid employee, and then we start tracking them and the companies. It's worked so well for us that we, using the same methodology, can now look for firms which are part of the same group. So like a KFC has multiple sites, a bank has multiple branches. And so you even want to understand the nature of businesses you have, whether you have more franchises in a particular area than others. I was just, discussing with other colleagues at City. There are so many areas of research that are just coming out of this data that we have. And the data set itself has 85 different data tables within it, 85. And all of these data tables have their own columns and information. You're looking at data sets with over 5 million rows of data in some of these 85. So it's very complex. We try to present it in a visualized way just to simplify. But I want to assure you that a lot has happened into just making sure that the information is reliable. Where we do find that there is a problem and there are multiple cases, one time in 1 year, 20,000 employees disappeared from one city. And we realized Transnet had reported at their head office in Joburg instead of at the office in Durban, like they normally do. So even things like changing the reporting address will affect the data massively, but we try and reconcile before we go ahead. Now, of course, I have to say this is the formal economy. So we have not been talking about the informal sector and how many people are participating therein. In eThekwini, we estimate there's over 50,000 informal economy traders. Directly, I'm involved in projects designing research or collecting data from the informal space, which is already something that's taking place right now. The key challenges is somebody who has actually done a lot of community participation interactions with traders and the traders associations is majority of the informal economy people who have licenses, because the city has to issue a trader with a license. Once they have a license, we find that majority of them actually rent out the licenses to foreign nationals. So there is a sub-economy within that space where licenses are being rented out. And so if you go to find there's a foreign national, your problem is not really with him, but the person who's renting out the license to him, because that's where the transaction is. If you take that one out, the owner of the license will probably find another one because they're making money off renting out the licenses. And it's not just people who have licenses. In some areas, people have the space, right? Meaning they own the piece of land where a container can be placed or where a small spaza can be built up. And what we have found is that local traders will be in business. A key thing which is true is that people who would make the effort to travel from another country to South Africa are probably not at the bottom of the IQ ladder in that country. So it means they are at an advantage in terms of just business savviness and whatnot when they come to South Africa. So that really puts our traders at a disadvantage in terms of competitiveness. But it's not that our traders cannot see that they are not competitive. So what you find them doing is then adopting the strategy of renting out, because they will still make the money without any of the risk. So it's such a complex environment. As we are speaking, elections are next year. So I can tell you the story is going to be top of the headlines everywhere with politicians trying to use it to garner as much votes as they can. They will tell you this is the only problem in townships, if you speak to them. But on our end, the real challenge in townships is that we are not converting the spazas and informal traders into formal businesses. Because how long do we want people to stay traders? You can't send a child to university at that level of income, or at least send them to a good school throughout. So our real drive should be to create business opportunities that are lasting and business registrations within the township areas and convert those traders and handhold them, across a couple of years until they are able to run their spaza until it's something formal. And this is a key differentiator because we've analyzed this versus the city of Cape Town and versus some cities in the developed world. And specifically looking at businesses, registered businesses with less than 5 employees. What you find is actually in South Africa, Cape Town is the highest registered businesses with 2 or less employees, meaning it's just the owner and somebody else. It's got the most, right? So if you do that to 50,000 informal traders in Durban and they just employ one other person with them, on paper, those who like data, you've created 100,000 jobs, right? Which will show up on UIF in the reporting. So it's just to talk about, how we are looking at it and what we think should be happening. And we understand the space is highly politicized. Warwick, it's so good to see you because we first met years back when I was still working at the Durban Chamber of Commerce. And I'm sorry, I know the program manager who was responsible for the site, Tsepiso, got stolen from eThekwini and is now, elsewhere. So the initiatives around the dry port, are seemingly lagging a bit. I had hoped that, you would be much more ahead. But the truth is, we can't get it confused. The port is eThekwini. eThekwini is a port city. The challenge we have is eThekwini municipality as an organization doesn't have much influence or bargaining power with Transnet running the port. This is really the problem. So the synergy between how the CapEx budget of Transnet is rolled out and how the eThekwini budget is rolled out, it's not the same. And that's where we're really losing all of the value, in my view. And talking from somebody who's kind of seen it now from the inside at eThekwini, we are a port city, but we have also forgotten our dream of the Aerotropolis, because that was talked about. We were part of the working groups with province. There's barely been investment within the Durban Trade Port area. I think the structure of incentives being offered in the SEZ are not attractive enough. Just to start with. And obviously they would want eThekwini to be investing in the bulk infrastructure within that side. It's a big piece of land which doesn't have bulk infrastructure in it. And eThekwini simply does not have the money to do it. So another problem is just the lack of finances within eThekwini to do the bulk infrastructure investment. And I think on your side, you faced a lot of challenges around the bulk infrastructure as well. I don't have a straight answer for that, but my hope is we can all align around the port. And as a secondary priority, I think the Aerotropolis has great synergy with the port. And, Mitchell is asking what led to this crisis. That's so hard. I don't think, officially and unofficially, I can give like a proper response. But you are right that there is a lot of concerning issues at Transnet. There's possibly bigger concerning issues within public sector, local government, and what's going on. And I think, without really saying one thing or the other, everybody kind of has their own idea of what it is, and probably we're thinking about the same thing. And I think that's really the challenge that we have. My question is just to say, if we continue on this kind of trend, is it going to be possible to have anybody who wants to turn anything around? Because sometimes you can have this kind of situation be so pervasive in a country that it becomes difficult. And this is just from my experience in other African countries and how things work. So I think we really have to think really deeply about your question. And I'm sorry I don't have a direct response to that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the one positive is, I saw in his picture, the jump in the area that you set up, the growth as a result of what you've been doing. I don't know if you want to add after.
Yeah, I will dig into. I think, Mitch, you're quite right. We're in a crisis, and a crisis comes from a catastrophe, and this is not one event. So maybe my analysis would be the first one. Because private sector didn't speak out over the last couple of years. I think we need to look at the mirror ourselves and say, why didn't we talk, and why were we not more vocal about the things? Because I think we could experience it, or we did experience it, but we were not vocal about it too much. And the second thing is Professor or maybe Dr. Khalid Bisho made it very clear. Our port and rail infrastructure never create inter and intra-port competition. So between TPNA, TPT, and TFR, we as private sector never knew what is agreements, what is the transparency, and what is the performance indicator. So if we took more time a couple of years ago and we were more vocal, we could have started separating so that we want to see the transparent KPI. And now there is a trust deficit because we want to see the, let's say, key performance indicators, but the key performance indicators that we want to see encroach now in Transnet's business model, because now we ask them what's the equipment available. We ask them, why don't you have, you've got 4 helicopters, but none of them are working. You've got 1 pilot. You've got a helicopter that's in Johannesburg for the last year. It's not repaired. If you look at your strata carriers in Durban and we look at the workshop, it doesn't work 24/7. You don't have the right technicians to repair the strata carriers. It's all questions that you would ask in your personal business capacity. But when you ask it for the government, it becomes very difficult, because then it is that you attack me and you think I'm not capable. So I think that's the thing that I would say. We also don't have the maturity to speak to each other well. And then the thing, and I asked Prof. Jan a lot about that because he was involved many years with Transnet. Transnet doesn't listen to private sector. And I asked him why, because I really want to ask the question, why? And then he said to me, Unita, in the apartheid years, we built a company to say, don't listen to private sector. I said to him, what, Professor Jan? He said, yes, we built that structure. And that's for me sad, because I mean, then it means we actually created in ourselves a problem to come later in the years. Now we need to change it back and say, please listen to me. And I think that's making us in private sector so frustrating, and we want to lose hope, because we more talk, we can feel this message doesn't get through. It changes in a blame and a shame. So I'm positive in nature, so I think it's not one event, but it's a lot of things that comes together. And the last thing I would close off is that we never have a dream of SA Inc. Not. We have a dream for private sector, we've got a dream for government, we've got a dream for this. But if somehow we can find a dream for SA Inc., and how does it look if SA Inc. is successful against New Zealand, against Australia, against Argentina, against China, against Russia? I think then we will find a cohesive approach, but we don't have that. So maybe that I will stop here and say that we need to work harder. And can we do it? Yes, we can, but we need to not attack, say, here's the picture, SA Inc. And Mr. Kitzwetter, you probably know from this, SARS always said to me, Unita, if you don't break through, go to a higher level, that you find a common denominator. And I think that's what we need to do. We need to go to a higher level to find a common denominator to bring private sector and public sector together.
Tough act to follow, but no, thanks, Janita. Mitch, I completely agree. I think it's difficult to pin it down on one thing, and like Janita said, South Africa, we don't see it as one unified kind of voice. You look at a country like Dubai, I think done exceptionally well over the last 50 years, and they looked Dubai and Singapore, the two that I look at quite a lot, because Singapore did this back in the 70s, and they realized that they're a small country, but they've got a big coastline. So they became a maritime nation. They said, no, we don't need a lot of space to be a maritime nation. We've just got to have lots of access to the sea. And they became a maritime nation. And Dubai did something similar. They said, look, we've got oil now, but that's going to run out at some point. But what is our strategic advantage? And that is that they're in the middle of the world. So they built a very good airline to say, look, now we can just transship everyone around. And they've done that very well. And I think South Africa is actually sitting on a gold mine here, because and I've pointed this out to Transnet many times. I'm waiting for them to take it up fully, but there's a lot of trade that moves from Asia, Middle East, India to South America to North America, all these different places, and South Africa's in the middle. And the Suez Canal, to give you an example, charges about $500,000 per vessel per crossing. So that's the kind of money that they're making going through there all the time. So all we have to do is just be a little bit cheaper to then say, let's go around South Africa, factoring in the fuel costs and everything like that. But we could be the global transshipment hub for all trade. And yet yeah. Then it's race to the bottom, but then it'll split the supply chains, which is fine. Because now we've taken half their market share. So so it's not necessarily a bad thing, because now then they won't be able to repair and look after their canal and all these other things. So there's also vessels that can't fit through the canal. So there's a lot of things that we could be doing. So there is a lot of opportunity. But to answer your question, how did we get into this? I think that like Janita said, we didn't really, as private sector, hold Transnet accountable. And I think the difficulty was we didn't have information to hold them accountable with. And I think you and I have been in meetings where we sat there, looked at presentations and go, but that's not what we feel on the ground. The lines are going that way, but on the ground, it feels like it's going that way. So, and then when you start questioning and into more detail, it becomes harder to hold people accountable, and then they end up just getting promoted or moved on within 2 years. And the next guy comes along and says, give me 6 months. And then you wait 6 months, and he says, give me 6 more months. And then after a year, he says, okay, sorry guys, I'm moving on. So there's always that churn of people that you never get to hold people accountable and say, you started this 5 years ago, where is it now? And a good example is now we see, like in the professor's presentation, where underspending on the budget. I mean, we all work in corporate jobs. If you don't hit your budget figures, what happens? It's a tough conversation, performance management, and then probably 6 months to a year max, you're making your new CV and you're sending it out on LinkedIn. So I think this is where there needs to be those tough consequences. Say, guys, it's very simple to measure here. You have to spend this much money. It's very easy for most people. Just give their credit card to their wife and you'll get that spent very quickly. But no, I think it's easy to spend money, and it's just, we have to say, look, let's get that motivation going. But I know there's the Public Finance Management Act and there's a few other things that make it more difficult. But I think that if we can have those up on a regular basis and say, look, guys, who is in charge of spending this money in Transnet? Put their face up here, put them in these meetings and say, why are you not doing this? And what is the personal impact to you for not achieving this? Not a promotion, not a sideways, not a golden handshake. Needs to be something a little bit more, okay, now we're having a tougher conversation. So I think those small cultural things will help. And I think what SARF and Busa is doing is putting a spotlight on how Transnet is performing internally and almost sort of micromanaging from the outside is a good thing. And it's no, I think it's a good thing. It's a good thing because, I mean, for a long time, we're sitting there on the outside going, well, how does a port actually work? And then now we start digging into it and going, okay, well, now we can see, well, that should be better and that should be better. So it's giving everyone that visibility to say, hang on, now where's that capital manager? He needs to spend. Why is the helicopters not working? Why? So we're asking those questions. So hopefully with more visibility, more transparency, and credit to Transnet for putting it out there as well. I know we're not just trying to bash you. You know, you go to private companies, especially American companies, and ask them for data, and they will not even respond to you. So it's good that we do have that ability, but let's use it and take it to the next step, I think.
Thanks. Thanks. One quick question. I think we're between us and lunch, so we can have a. Sorry, ek moet afgesit onder. No, quick question.
Hi there. Sorry, my name's Nick. I'm from Hucor. We're a transport company. I just wanted to bring this a little bit into transport. I think we've spoken a lot about what's happening at the harbour and whatever, and from looking at eThekwini's figures, road freight plays a massive important role in what's happening. There's a lot of money. Just from our side, I'd just like to know two things. What is happening from the private sector to hold government accountable? what is actually going to happen? Because it strikes me as if the government's just run around and done what they want, and now they're crying for help. Okay, we'll help you, but why? Justify it. The other thing is, just give me a sec here. Sorry, I took quite a few notes. Just with regard to the port as well, I think I'd just like to know as well, it strikes me as a haulier, and I think there's a few guys that would like to also have it addressed. There's a massive lack of respect for the road freight guys when it comes to the terminal. Without us, you won't move one container really at the moment. And we try our best to get in and out of the port, make sure we can sort of run our businesses, make sure everything sort of flows as best as possible. And at the moment, and the way it appears, I'm not saying it is the case, but the way it appears is that the ports are making it as difficult as possible for us to perform that sort of operation. You know, the one thing that just brought it to my attention was someone made the statement that, oh yeah, there's a lot of trucks that are waiting along Bay Head Road and Longaberg Road and all that. Now, the reason for that is because the booking system is a total disaster. So we are forced to wait at the entrances to the port so that if we get a booking, we're there to collect it. So I think that's one key area that really needs to be addressed. But yeah, I won't carry on much further. Thanks.
Thanks. Janita, you want to take the monitoring one?
Just to come back to you now, quickly respond on why would government listen to us? I think the dial is busy changing because for some unknown reason, I don't know why, they can see the value in private sector, and maybe they've never acknowledged the value in private sector previously. But they're scared because the moment private sector comes in, private sector is going to take over. And you will see the labor also is that we don't call it privatization because then we can lose the job. So we've got a phrase to say it's private sector participation, and we want to partner with you. But again, that needs to grow and it needs to take its momentum. But from my point of view, I can tell you that's the first time ever that I saw such a big mobilization from private sector. And that gives me hope because that brings back that concept of we do it for SAE. Then come back to your booking system. I think we do speak to Jabu, the executive that looks after all the terminals, because we want to have an independent audit on the booking system. Not that we think Transit is doing something wrong or whatever. We just believe that over the years, they changed the rules and they changed the parameter settings. And the rules and the parameter settings have an outflow that nobody understands. Because around the world, Singapore, everyone is using Navis, Antwerp. They even open it up when the vessels are still coming in. They even open the booking system. But I think our biggest thing is the parameter setting and the rules that we need to look at.
I'm not going to do it to you. I think let's take off at lunch. We'll have a discussion. But I think, Janita, that the time from Jan Havenga being at Transnet today has definitely changed. I think we're seeing some positive opening of doors. I think within government as well, there's a realization and opening. So from your doctrines, I think that's the crux of the discussion, and that's the swing that's busy taking place around the doctrines and the approach towards how much should be state-owned, how much privatization is allowed. Policies are changing. There's the Economic Regulator of Transport Bill. There's a joint investment and external partner selection framework. There's a whole lot of changes in the environment that's creating opportunity for this momentum that we're currently seeing. And I think taking it forward as this forum, let's open up more discussion, bring ideas around the truck booking system, around anything. Bring the ideas here and let's debate. Let's see how we can, what do we need to get here to get to all the answers. Unfortunately, that last guy was fired, so he's not here to talk about that. But that's also things that changing is accountability is actually taking place in Transnet's level as well. But that's my other hat. I'm not supposed to talk about that with my transport forum hat on. But I'm just saying we open, we transparent, we bring data, bring information, and then let's talk. So thank you very much for making the time. I trust it was worth your while to come out. I know everybody's so challenged with time lately. So we really appreciate that you're here. For our presenters, really, guys, thanks a lot. That was 100%. And then lastly, Harry, for you, thanks for all your efforts. And I know you're a star. You talking about me as a mentor. I think you're much more as a mentor. I'm glad we saw the same memo about the dress code today. So thanks for everything you do. Thanks for putting this together, Harry. Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much, Willie, for the kind words and everybody for your collaboration and cooperation and so on. Really appreciate that. We're now saying goodbye to our online people, the guys on YouTube and Zoom. Thank you for joining us. We really appreciate it. And we see you hopefully tomorrow again. Tomorrow we've got in the same venue event with City of eThekwini, giving us a comprehensive overview of mobility in the city and many other exciting presentations. So hopefully we'll see you guys tomorrow here again or either online. So thank you very much.